What is up, everybody? Alright, time for more Lostbelt 7. So, pretty much right after I stopped streaming, actually I think it was literally right after I stopped streaming, Fate Strange Fake came out in English. Kind of funny, it came out in English before in Japanese and globally. It's not like it was just over here. And apparently it's because they showed the English version of Fate Strange Fake at the like American Anime Expo. That was like the world premiere of it. So they put it out on English online right after. A lot of people were mad about that, but I think who cares, right? It's not that big of a deal. But yeah, there was a lot of people mad, like, I don't want to watch dubs. But thankfully, the dub was actually pretty good. I was surprised with that, because I would have watched it in Japanese first. But yeah, the dub was actually pretty good. And a lot of Fate dubs have been there, but yeah, I thought it was actually really solid, so I didn't have a problem with it. But yeah, people were mad about that. I think they did it on purpose. I'm not even kidding, because Fate Strange Fake is set in America, so I'm pretty sure that's why they showed it at the America Anime Expo like that. So it's kind of funny. Anyway, as for the anime, the art style was so good, like so good, and they cleaned up a lot of stuff from like the trailer and stuff. Looked even better. There was like 2 shots in the whole thing though that looked kind of undercooked. There's like 2 walking scenes that didn't look that great, but the actual art style and like scene composition and stuff was all like super great. Like actually some of my favorite I've ever seen in Fate, so they did really good with that. The music was fine. We didn't hear a lot of it, but the music was fine. I liked it. We didn't really see a lot of animation because I think too complicated, because the fight scene that happens is Gil versus Enkidu, which, you know, doesn't involve a lot of movement. Oh geez, I wonder why. So yeah, like how the fight scenes are going to look is still remains to be seen. But sound effects were great. Like sound effects were super great, and that's actually really important. The presentation was all pretty good. As for like the adaptation, it was almost great. Like almost everything was fine, and I really liked it. There was just, I have a few nitpicks that were definitely off. So for like example, there's some like character stuff that they didn't really explain that the book and manga did, and they might just explain it later. But I do feel like they rushed it a little bit, because they were trying to make sure they could fit in the Enkidu Gilgamesh bit, so like the movie wasn't boring, right? They needed a climax, so they kind of rushed, because if you think about it, the amount of time the movie is, the Gilgamesh and Enkidu part really shouldn't happen yet. So they cut a few corners with some of the character introductions and like some of the character motivations and stuff, and they might just fill that in later, and I hope so. But that honestly did kind of suck. Like you don't hear about the guy wanting to wake up Ort because he's bored with life and all that kind of stuff. They do mention Ort later, but I'm hoping they'll put that in though, because it's kind of important. And then but that was mostly minor stuff. It was still pretty smooth, and yeah, I liked it. But the one big thing I was not very happy with is the Aya versus the tree, you know, the double Enema Elish. In the book and in the manga, it's just way more, it's more of a big deal. Where the anime, it happens and then they just cut away and they don't show it, they don't talk about it, and there's very little, like, if you don't know much about Fate, you don't even know what the fuck's happening. Where in the book, they really explain how like Aya puts the whole world in the void, and it's like trying to tear it apart, but then Enkidu's NP is keeping it together. And like they kind of show the tree more. Oh, well, I guess you don't really show it, but you know what I mean. They don't really do that in the anime. It's kind of like done, right? It's still cool, but like you don't actually know what the fuck happened. And there's also more like reactions in the book and stuff to like the other factions being like, why is the world shaking? And they didn't do any of that really. So that was like the only bit that I was like, man, that was a lot cooler in the, you know, both the manga and the book. They really kind of cut that down, which that kind of sucks, because yeah, it's a pretty big moment, and yeah, that was really underwhelming. The gate spam was great. I thought they did really good with that. The CGI looked fine. The sound effects were really good, and you really do get, because that's an all Fate, never mind the anime, but like just in the books and the, you know, canonical stuff, that's the scene where Gil like has shown Gate at its like best potential, right? He's never used it that seriously before, and it's, you know, it's Enkidu, so of course, and they did a good job of that. Like that was just that like it shows how much Gil's like holding back and all the other you know, series. So that was, they did a good job with that. But yeah, overall, I thought it was really good. There were, you know, a few nitpicks there, though, that I thought they could have done better. And like the Aya thing really was disappointing. They didn't really live up to that. But other than that, I did enjoy it, and it was not a catastrophe. So, you know, that's good. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to the rest of it. Definitely enjoyed it. And I really do love the art direction. I think the art style is like super top tier. Like probably my favorite Fate anime in terms of the art direction. But yeah, we'll see how they maintain that. And we still got to see if the animation quality is any good, so. Yeah, they didn't really show, you know, what Aya could do there like the book does. But it's still, they showed off Gate really well, so. It's firing like a goddamn machine gun on all cylinders there. But I was surprised. I like the dub quite a bit. I mean, I'm still going to watch it in Japanese as well. I'll watch both, but I was surprised that the dub was pretty solid. Like, there's a lot of tricky stuff to cast. Like, casting in Kidu, I think, is super difficult, but I thought they did a good job. And, like, Jack, I gotta say, Jack sounded amazing in English, actually. Like, I don't know if they can top that. The English Jack was so good. Like, that was fucking perfect. Hey, Carps, thank you for the 29 months. Yeah, I gotta use your unit for that video soon, but I gotta get one more CS back. But yeah, Jack was spot on. And then the sound effects for Pale Rider were so good. They were crazy creepy, though, but that worked really well. All right, we fought the first bit with Ort yesterday, so now we gotta get through some more filler nonsense here. Look at all these damage casters. Okay, there we go. That'll work. So, I think the voice actor for English Gil does about as well as he can. Because he's voiced Gil in other adaptations. I think he's doing the best job that he could, and you know, I think he's not messing up or anything. But I just don't think he's got like the right voice for it. But I think he's good. Like, my favorite English Gil, though, is definitely, I think it's George Grant is his name, I think. That was in Dean's Day Night. I thought he fucking was so perfect. It's like unreal how good he was for that role. I think it's David Vincent is the other one. Which, I mean, again, he does a great job on, like, the acting front and that kind of stuff. I just don't think he's kind of mismatched, I feel a little bit. But I still think he did a really good job. Like, I don't think it's bad. Yeah, Flat's really good in both English and Japanese. I think he's really spot on either way. Okay, we actually have some art support. That 9-1-10. It's pretty much the right priority for him, though. That third skill is really big. I guess Hans is fine. Okay, you're not allowed to move the friend support. That makes no sense. Yeah, Jack and Flat were really good. But yeah, I was just very happy with like the art style, and they didn't change anything. They just didn't always include some of the stuff from the book, right? But they didn't change anything. That's nice. Also, this is in the book, but I actually had forgotten about it. The bit with you know, like that really you know, top tier mage just getting murdered by guns. I completely forgot about that scene, but that absolutely is in the book. That shit's hilarious. Let's see. Put Herc back there when in doubt. Let's see. All right, let's see what Chiba can do here. So I will say, I think Fate Strange Fake, and this is not an anime adaptation problem, although they're certainly not doing anything to try to rectify this. It is the worst starting Fate story ever. It should never be your first Fate story, and it's like designed that way. It's like if you're a Gundam fan, it's like Gundam Unicorn, right? It's like it's trying to be like an extension of other stories and reference other stories and things like that. It is such a bad opening story. And actually, that's one area where I think the intro is kind of messes up, because you can tell they're trying to like drop exposition about explaining servants and Grail Wars and stuff. And I'm like, dude, anyone watching this needs to already know that. And if they don't, this is just a waste of time, and you know, it's awkward and whatnot. So some of the exposition at the start's a little bit awkward, if you will, but that happens a lot. All right, why are we fighting zombies? Man, Queen of Sheba is a terrible pick for this. If it's super AoE like, I think you have to kill all 30 of these guys off memory. They actually make you do that, which is nice, but I brought no AoE whatsoever. So this is not going to go well. Let's see. Trying to think if there's any reason to target switch. Can Hans do 3,900 damage? Maybe. But, you know, if I make everyone crit, definitely. Let's see. So probably... maybe do her art, then his buster, then her quick. As long as Hans doesn't hit the 11k one, it should work out. Might as well do this. I think I saved the NP, though. Do I save the NP? Maybe I don't use Hans here. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, Dumas is great. I'm so hoping he gets into FGO. He's super good in English and Japanese as well, though. I think I might prefer the Japanese just slightly, but it's super close, so either way is fine with me. This NP has got that ringing noise at the end, dude. It's so shrill. I don't know what would make the game target the back one there, but sure. Okay, that's probably what I should have NP'd. Also, I should have used Hans' skill. Wow. Honestly, I think I need to reset. There's just no way. Like, with a single target, that is just not gonna happen. You know, I've been asked that before. I actually don't remember who Zoltric is talking to. I do not fucking remember him. I'm sure somebody does, but yeah, I don't remember. Zoltric's never been like my favorite person in the lore by any means. Himself, you know, he's not doing that. The Gundam Seed sequel got a release date, so it's in 24. Interesting.
Hello.
Did they show anything? I am so worried about that because the original Gundam Seed I really like. It you know, I don't like Kira, but like the show itself I really like. And then Destiny sucked. So I'm really worried about them doing a sequel and just messing it all up. I hope it's good, and I want Gundam to do well. I have no reason to, you know, root against it, so. I heard Witch of From Mercury finished today, or yesterday or something. I think Cairo will be coming, chat. Brace yourselves. All right, we need something AoE, chat. Hi, Cairo. Something AoE. We were just talking about Fate Strange Fake, obviously. Okay, that's AoE, but is horrible at looping, but I think I'm going to use it anyway. All right, we'll go Qingong. But yeah, long story short, I was very happy with the adaptation. The only thing they kind of did that I didn't like was they didn't explain some of the character motivations very well because they kind of rushed through them to make sure the Gilgamesh and Kidu thing fit into the movie. So they kind of glossed over some character motivations and stuff, but they didn't like change anything. They didn't remove something or change someone's, you know, motivation or whatever, so that's good. And the only real complaint I had beyond that was the Aya clash is pretty underwhelming, and it's doesn't explain anything, and it's like just a lot better in the book and the manga. Because like the book and the manga makes it clear how outrageously powerful those two NPs are, and they don't even explain what the hell happened in the anime. Like it's just like they just cut away immediately. Where like in the book you get the whole world is getting pulled into the void, and Kido's NP's keeping the world together, and like it's, you know, way more awesome. But that's like the only thing that I was like, man, that was pretty disappointing. But everything else I thought was pretty spot on, and the art style is just super good. Oh, we got a VC Braun on this account, although he's not exactly in good shape. We'll bring Lion King. Do I need any buffers? Maybe just Hans or Chen. We'll do Chen. Yeah, the ending. It's because they were trying to make sure that the movie had like a climax. You know, it had a fight scene, so it wasn't just empty space. The thing is, if you look at the book and the manga, that fight scene happens far enough in that it really should not have been, you know, in like the first OVA like that, right? It doesn't. It's too. And you can just kind of tell they had to rush it a bit. You know, they cut out some of the Aya stuff, and a lot of the character stuff before it they kind of glossed over and whatnot. What I think they could have done was maybe like just not done some of the character introductions yet and saved it for later, right? And just reordered it. Because a lot of it's happening, like, you know, they're kind of jumping around timeline-wise. Anyway, you know, Bakano nonsense. But so what I probably would have done was maybe picked, like, probably the Zealot. I think they should have, because that was what was glossed over, I think, the most, was the Zealot stuff. And I think that kind of sucked, honestly. So I would not have done any of that. I would not have shown her master. I would have completely cut that and then just put all of it later, like in episode 1. Or episode 2 or whatever, and really flush that out better, because they didn't do a really good job with that. That's like the one part that I think they did kind of fuck up, because they don't show his motivation, how he's like completely bored with life and all that kind of stuff, and his goal is to wake up Ort because he just wants everything to die because he's like done with it, because he's been living for so long, you know, he's a vampire and shit. And like they didn't really show her kicking ass, like she like fucking wrecks all those guys, but they don't really show any of that. And they kind of, and that's part, if I remember correctly, she's supposed to like show off more of her NPs. But yeah, that they just rushed all of that stuff. They really rushed. So yeah, the assassin is the Zealot, which, yeah, they don't even explain that really. But yeah, that part was rushed, and it was definitely rushed to fit in the Gilgamesh and Kidu bit. So yeah, I think they probably should have picked a character or two's introduction and just not done it. And maybe not Pale Rider as well, although you kind of have to. You actually kind of have to do Pale Rider. But yeah, I think at least one of those things needed to be cut to just flush out the rest of the stuff better. Because yeah, they do really gloss over some of that stuff. But yeah, even if it was flushed out a bit better, like more like the books and stuff, Fate Strange Fake would still be a terrible opening series. It's still a terrible idea. Yeah, they could have skipped Flat. I don't know that would have been a good idea from a marketing standpoint, because he's really liked and stuff. But from a like narrative standpoint, you could have waited to have done Flat stuff until later. Like, absolutely. But I think Zealot would have absolutely been the most logical thing to have waited to have done later. All right, let's see here. Oi, there's a girl here trying to sleep, you loud fucks. Yeah, basically. All right, these guys refill automatically, so I can go ham here. There's that 40k one that's gonna show up. I'll pop that. Should probably taunt. Do that for the NP gain. All right, go get him, Babbage. You probably could have cut out the police stuff as well if you really need. I don't know about that. That's kind of important. I mean, they do put Richard in there barely. It's more like a tease. They'll probably do that whole thing all over again in episode 1. So that was fine. But yeah, I think the Zealot they should have done later. Because the Aya thing was so not flushed out, and that was so underwhelming. Because we don't know if we're ever going to see Aya again in Fate Strange Fake, honestly. We'll have to see. Okay, we just killed an absolute fuckload of these guys, although we didn't get him. God damn it. I should have done one of the other buffs. Man, I thought Babbage had that. Letting me down. Got him with that, though. I mean, Phase Range Fake's not over, but as of yet, it has not been used again. So we'll just have to see. I suspect it probably will be used again, like one more time. But yeah, as of the books right now, Aya's not been used again. So it really does suck. Especially because that's like the strongest Aya Gil's ever done, outside of maybe CCC. And like the book did a really good job of showing like how much stronger Aya is if Gil gives a shit. And then the anime just didn't do that, like at all. So that is pretty disappointing. By the way, chat, I already have seen someone saying that Gil isn't trying harder versus Enkidu than he was versus Shiro. Like Shiro could handle that. And I'm like, my guy. Like, he used Aya twice in like a very short period of time, right? Literally never done that before, ever. Let alone using Aya at the level where it engulfs the entire planet. But, you know, again, the anime didn't really show that. And then, like, the gate spam. And it's not, this is what I see people thinking. So, some people, very few, but the Copium people are like, it's just like an animation thing, right? Like, why Gate looks that much more impressive. It's not. That's absolutely in the book. That Gate is, like, way bigger than normal and firing way more than normal and is just, like, way more extreme. And it's because, you know, it's Enkidu. You know, Gil's gotta respect his friend here. But yeah, some people I don't think get that. Like, oh yeah, it's just like, you know, the animation being better, you know, with the showing off how, you know, it'd be just the same versus Shiro. It's like, no, it's not. All right, well, nobody can NP here. What do? Guess Rainbow Chain. Can we please get a Lion King buff and then costume? Can we have that? $50,000. Chat, we got an FGO event coming up in a few days. Who knows? Maybe it'll have something Camelot related in it. I doubt it. Doesn't seem like it. Chat, do you realize how many like throwaway events we've had that have been set in Japan and like they just throw in some random Japanese figure from history and then they don't put any effort into it at all and they're like never seen it. Like they've done that so many times and we like so many times over and over and over and over and over again. And they can't just do like one event to add Agravain. Like you can't do one event set in Europe or something and have a reason to summon Agravain for it. Like, and yet you can, you know, add all these in like incredibly obscure Japanese characters in these like throwaway Japanese events that they just like made up and then never revisit ever. Right? Like what the fuck? You can't do one for Agravain? Like holy shit. Or like if you're gonna do Japanese stuff so much, could you at least add Shimbata? All right, still no NP here. Guess it's art chain time. Agravain will be the anniversary servant. Yeah, good luck with that one. The thing is, Gil in Babylonia is not as strong because one, he's not a heroic spirit in that. He's, you know, he's just a guy. Now sometimes they're stronger in life than they are as servants. It just depends. And that might be true for Gil if it was Gil like in his prime. But Gil in Babylonia is like he already gave away a lot of his treasures. He doesn't have Aya for some reason, or he locked Aya away or sealed it away or something. Like Caster Gil is significantly weaker than Gilgamesh, and even like heroic spirit stuff aside, right? Like just if it was like Gilgamesh earlier in his life, he would have been a lot stronger. So it's kind of hard to say. But regardless of that, Tiamat is still like super crazy bullshit OP. Like obviously the Gil she's facing is way weaker. But like Tiamat's a primordial god, right? That's just straight. I mean, this is not like me reading between the lines. They just say this. Primordial deities are just stronger than like regular gods. It's not like a competition even. They're just way stronger. So Tiamat is just flat out stronger than even like Zeus is a cut above the normal god because he's like considered a chief god, but like that's still not primordial deity stuff. So Tiamat is just, you know, ahead of Ishtar and Ereshkigal, Zeus, Mars, you know, Quetzalcoatl. That's just flat out is of a higher, you know, caliber. And that's actually something I wish the anime did better. They cut a lot of Tiamat stuff from the anime in Babylonia. And then, like, for example, in the game, when Quetzalcoatl goes all out and tries to NP Tiamat, in the game it does nothing. Like, it does nothing. It does not hurt Tiamat at all. It doesn't even make her flinch. And it was kind of just showing how absolutely ridiculous Tiamat is. And also Tiamat just has a lore ability where, because she's like the mother of, you know, humanity and life on Earth and all that, any stories that like come from Earth and like humanity, any NPs like that just do a lot less damage to her. Like they get a massive like downgrade. But yeah, the anime wanted to give Quetz like a special moment, so they made it look way like it actually hurt Tiamat, where it literally doesn't do that. But anyway, yeah, most servants are just completely incapable of hurting Tiamat. They just can't. It's just not possible. Like she's way too tough and way too strong anyway, and then she's got that ability where most noble phantasms get a massive downgrade against her, and they just don't do shit. Would Ort beat Tiamat? It's really hard to say. If there's anything from like FGO that could fight Ort, it would be Tiamat. Because another thing with Tiamat is when you finally fight her for real, you fight her in the underworld, and she's like nerfed really heavily. And you still need the help of Gilgamesh and Merlin, King Asan, Ereshkigal, right? You still need all these like huge heavy hitters that are like way stronger than the average servant, and it's still a huge, you know, problem, and that's in the underworld. So on Earth, it's just no chance. But I don't know. Ort's pretty fucked up. Like Ort's like I don't think Tiamat would get run over. Like no way. Like I don't think Tiamat would get bodied. And like the proof's in the pudding because Ereshkigal at least put up some kind of a fight against Ort. Now obviously that was a super weakened Ort, but like Ereshkigal at least can phase Ort. And Tiamat's way stronger than Ereshkigal, but that was Ort that was like way weakened. I'll say this: I suspect if it was the weakened Ort, Tiamat could probably hold her own, maybe win, maybe lose. But if it was Ort like proper, I think Tiamat would probably get beat, because like Ort proper is just so much stronger than what we saw. It's true. Tiamat also is nerfing herself. Tiamat does a lot of things to try to like stop herself. Like, she basically brain kills herself because she doesn't want, she's not like, she doesn't want to do like the beast, you know, system stuff, but like her body kind of does its own thing regardless. But yeah, she like seals herself and brain kills herself, and she's just trying to hold herself back a lot. So that is true. So, yeah, I don't know. Tiamat really is, like, Tiamat, Chaos, and Ort are, some pretty crazy stuff. Like, Primordial Chaos freaking, you know, one-shots Mars when he's not really even trying. Like, just casually kills, and Mars is super powerful. That's the thing. Like, that really is something. Like, I actually think Primordial Chaos might be one of the strongest things we've ever seen, because, you know, Mars is not, like, getting outclassed by Ereshkigal, really. Now, Ereshkigal, what lets her keep up with Ort is she overloads her Saint Graph, and presumably Mars never does that. And that's why she can, like, do as well as she does. But, like, she, you know, she's, like, really powerful there. And, you know, all the Olympian gods are of, you know, really high caliber. And, you know, Mars just gets obliterated by Chaos like it's nothing, so. Chaos doesn't really have the power of the sun. He basically is a sun. Like, he's a Dyson sphere around a star. So he's basically a sun. And with the way Fate does, like, celestial stuff, that obviously that's going to be really strong. Alright, there's 12 enemies left. Let's see if she can do this 50k. But yeah, he's a Dyson sphere essentially. Yeah, Mars base. So what they say is Chaos kind of just like casually attacks, and he's not really even aiming at anything. But it happens so quickly that the only people there that can react to it are what's the Romulus. I don't know why I forgot his name, but Romulus. And at that point, Romulus is still in his grand state, and you know he's like a god as well and stuff. So he can react to it, and he defends some people, and then Mars defends like the player character and stuff. But like everyone else, like even Canis, right? Like Canis couldn't react to it. Musashi couldn't react to it. No one. Only those two can. But yeah, it used up most of Romulus's power. Like he ran out of gas because of that, and then it just straight up kills Mars. Kind of sucks though that like some people don't like the way Chaos was used because like it's not like really flushed out, but I didn't really mind that because one, it'd be ridiculous if you're able to beat Chaos, especially at that point in the story. And it kind of it just makes sense that Zeus would do that, and it's kind of like a bonus thing. It's kind of a peek behind the curtain. That's how I saw it. It was very much like a peek behind the curtain thing. It's not supposed to be the main bad guy. It's not supposed to be like what you're even there for. So I thought it was completely fine. I didn't have an issue with the way that was handled at all. I was just happy to get to see a peek of Chaos, really. Like I actually prefer it that way. I don't. If they're ever going to use Chaos, like I think it makes more sense to have that kind of bit with him in advance, right? I wouldn't really want like a story just and Chaos is the main bad guy, and but we've never heard of him before, and you know he's kind of just a self-contained thing. I wouldn't like that. So yeah, I actually really liked the way they did it. Okay, well Chen Gong got bodied. Honestly, Lion King didn't do too bad here. I don't mind the Musashi stuff because she required an insane amount of help, and she's not like she didn't even fight Chaos. She just gets rid of the gateway between us and Chaos. I mean, that's not unreasonable. And like, I'm not really a Musashi fan. I never have been, right? Like, I'm not really into the weeb stuff, but like with her ability set and all the like character stuff that I really had no problem with it. It did not bother me at all. If they had her kill Chaos, that would have bothered the shit out of me. That would have been incredibly stupid, but like I thought it was fine. I didn't have an issue with it. The thing is, it wasn't really an afterthought because they don't get rid of Chaos. That's the thing. They don't beat him or anything. And it's not like, you know, Chaos has got like this master plan where he's trying to get to Earth or anything. You know, the portal just gets, like, the gateway gets opened and Chaos is like, oh, hey, there's a planet. I could nom that. Right? Like, it's pretty casual for Chaos. And it makes sense that Zeus would do that as like a last-ditch effort and all that kind of thing. And like, again, the abilities that were used make sense. And it's not like Chaos died or anything. So it's like this quick kind of preview of what else is out there and what could, like, you know, potentially be. And I thought it worked really well that way. It was just like casually there's like this bad guy that's a way bigger problem than the actual thing we're dealing with, right? Like, because Chaos is way scarier than like the alien god and stuff. Like, not even close. Like, like what he's shown to be able to do is much scarier. So that kind of quick peek behind the curtain I thought was actually really good. And I think it works really well that it's not like the focus, and it's not like, you know, you don't defeat him or any of that. I think that would have been silly. Now, there are aspects of Lostbelt 5 that I do think weren't that flushed out. Right, like I think they could have done some better pacing, like maybe a few more scenes with Zeus and Wadim and stuff like that. Like there's definitely some stuff that I think they could have flushed out better. Like there are aspects of Lostbelt 5 that I do think are rushed, but I think that one kind of works. You know, not being like the main focus of the story or any of that. But yeah, you exert some pretty major effort in just closing a portal, for God's sake. So I think it's fine. Yeah, Chaos doesn't even recognize us as like anything. Like we're not even an ant, so he literally doesn't even know we're doing anything, right? He's just like, oh hey, there's a planet. I could nom that. Like he gives no shits about some fucking servants running around on the planet. I don't think they straight up say if Zeus did it on purpose or if like he was holding it back, but if I remember correctly, some of the characters mused that it was kind of like sour grapes kind of thing. I'd have to read it again, it's been a while. But I don't think, it's not like Zeus says anything, right? I think they just have some characters kind of guessing. Now, there are stories in Greek mythology where Zeus is kind of like holding back chaos and agents of chaos and stuff like that, like behind the scenes. You don't really see it, and it's like, so if he died, he would stop doing that, right? So that there's like there's real world like parallels if you wanted to do it that way, where like him dying triggered it. But I don't think they specifically say. But yeah, I'd have to check again. It's been a while. Yeah, I enjoyed Fate Strange Fake. I've already talked about it a good bit. I might talk about one more time in just a few minutes. Because I know some people weren't here earlier, but I don't want to like repeat myself a million times. But yeah, I don't think Zeus likes chaos. I'll put it that way. I think the Olympian gods have tried to like, you know, go beyond what chaos wanted them to do originally, and that's kind of the point. And you know, they've been like accepted as part of human history and all that stuff. By the way, they need to do a Greek event. Like, holy shit, I want a Greek event where we get Zeus and Demeter playable and all that. But like, there's just so much more they could do with that kind of stuff. And I really want to see not the non-Lostbelt versions, because they've talked about them a bit, and like because the non-Lostbelt, because I think a lot of people don't like Zeus because he's like a baddie and all this stuff. But like the and I like that they did this. I thought this was a very good way of doing it. So in real life, there's a lot of different interpretations of Zeus, right? The different writers in stories and legends throughout Greek's history have portrayed Zeus a bit differently, right? There's some common trends. You know, he's always the head of the pantheon and stuff like that. But like Zeus is portrayed differently. People act like he's always an asshole in legend. In real life, he's not. He absolutely is not. Now, he's normally fairly prideful and things like that. You know, he's never really shown as like purely benevolent. But there are plenty of stories where he's not an asshole, like, at all, and he's doing things for like the greater good and things like that. But then there absolutely are stories where he's an asshole, right? Like there's plenty of both. But so you can have him be like the more benevolent grandpa figure, right? Like Hades does, for example. And what they've kind of done is the normal human history Zeus is that, and then Lostbelt Zeus is the asshole. And you can see that with like Zeus actually trying to help us, like normal Zeus, and some of the stuff Europa says and stuff. He's clearly way more like benevolent, like the normal version of Zeus. So it'd be really nice if they'd actually show some more of that. But I thought that was a really good way of handling it, is like doing the asshole interpretation of him as Lostbelt version, and the more nice grandpa version as the human history one. I thought that worked really well. And you could flip it. It doesn't have to be that way specifically, but I thought that worked really good. Yeah, I will say, I'm surprised they haven't used Hades. And they hinted at him a lot. And he's one of the most, you know, hyped. If the most known Greek god is Zeus. I mean, he's known around the world. Like, no question. But the next most known is Hades. For sure. Like, that's a ridiculously famous name in history. And certainly one that people like are really excited about and interested in, because he's kind of like Satan, but with more depth. Like, really, that's the thing. He's like Satan, but it's not as black and white, right? Like, generally how Hades is, which is a lot more interesting. Poseidon's up there too, but I would say Hades is more famous than Poseidon. And it's because Hades has like a parallel to Satan. That's why, right? Where Poseidon really doesn't have a direct parallel like that. Also, Aphrodite is somewhat known, but she honestly, I think Venus is just more famous than Aphrodite. A lot of people don't remember that one, to be honest. I think it's just the name's a mouthful. I don't know, but I would say for like around the globe, Zeus is the most popular, hands down, and then Hades is next. And then after that, you know, your Aphrodite, Poseidon, and those are, I'd say, all about the same. Athena is probably more known than Aphrodite, I would say. She's definitely not as famous though as Hades. Like, no way. Like, absolutely not. But yeah, Athena is up there. Yeah, I'd say I think Zeus and Hades are a noticeable cut above. you can go around the globe and ask people if they recognize those names, and most people will. Fuck. Got 4 hit invulnerability here. You bastards. I don't have a... I could actually do an extra attack if I throw out the NP, but let's just wait. We'll do that. Thankfully, though, I think Hades has the best odds of showing up. I think out of all the Olympians that we haven't seen, that's probably the most likely one to show up. So a new Japanese servant. Yeah, that's what we're gonna get. Wait a minute. Why did I not NP with her? She has Pierce invulnerability. What the hell am I doing? Well, I'm an idiot. I do 140. Well, we'll do this because I want the NP gain. Man, I'm dumb as bricks, dude. Anyway, I'll talk about Phase Strange Fake one more time. So if you haven't seen it, there's some spoilers, but it's out. It came out on Crunchyroll last night. I think it's now around the internet here and there, but yeah, it's on Crunchyroll if you want to see it. And I'm sure you can pirate it here and there. We here at Green Incorporated do not condone any, any piracy. Anyway, I don't know if the sub, I think the sub is out, but I know the dub came out first. But I think the sub's out as well. But the dub came out first because they showed it at the American Anime Expo first, which I'm presuming they did that because, it's the story's set in America. But anyway, yeah, I thought the presentation was really good. The art style, I think, is pretty much second to none. I love the art style so much. It's so good. The shot compositions and things like that were really good. The background art was phenomenal. All that stuff was top tier. The dub is really good. I've heard most of the voices in sub as well, and they're really good. Like, I think the voice acting across the board is done really well. I like the music a lot. They didn't change anything. So I'm happy they didn't like bastardize anything. There's no like weird changes that like Ufotable does sometimes and things like that. They didn't do anything like that. They did gloss over some things. They kind of rushed it a little bit just because they wanted to fit, I think, a lot into the 1 hour. And like they wanted to get to the Enkidu Gilgamesh part, and because of that, some of the stuff leading up to it, they absolutely glossed over. And it is kind of confusing because of that. I think they really could have done better with that. But I still like it. I think they did a pretty good job with it. My only complaints are, like I said, they glossed over some things, and they really fucked up the Aya, the Enema Elish clash. They really didn't do that justice. That is a lot better in the book. I think it's a lot better in the book. I think they really did drop the ball on that one. I'm truly sad about that, but the Gate of Babylon spam was great. They did super fantastic with that. That was all good. So overall, I loved it. I enjoyed it immensely. I'm so excited for the rest of it. It could have been a disaster. It definitely wasn't. So I would say I'm satisfied. I just am. The one thing I'm really sad about is the Aya bit. They really didn't live up to that, which I'm kind of surprised by because that's kind of the highlight of that whole section of the story. So. But yeah, for those who don't know, the book and even the manga does a lot better job of like showing how Aya pulls the whole planet into like the void, and like the whole planet's trying to be torn apart, but then Enkidu's NP's keeping the whole planet together, right? Like it's really awesome. It just shows how much their NPs are like the opposite of each other, and also just how powerful they are, right? And like you don't normally get to see Aya at that level, and they didn't do anything with it, right? Like they didn't show it at all. That really sucked. That's like the one thing I was like, really? But yes, they announced the anime. I think the first episode airs in like a month, so there's a bit of a wait between the movie and the anime, but that's actually probably for the best. It's always good to give them time, to animate things. Don't rush it. But yes, an anime's been confirmed. I think they gave a date as well. And I think it's in about a month or so. I have to look again to be sure. Well, the thing is, they've been working on it this whole time. Yeah, I don't know. Did they not say when it comes out? I'm not sure. I thought they said though that they did, but I'll have to look to be sure. You don't trust me on that. I know for a fact they did announce it. I did look at that. They absolutely did announce a full anime. It's not just going to be the OVA. But here's the thing: they've probably been working on the anime this whole time, right? I'm sure they've been touching up, the OVA here and there, but like, it was probably done a while ago. And that's pretty standard with this kind of stuff. Like, that's generally when episode 1 of an anime airs. That episode was done ages ago. But they stall a lot to buy them time for like episode 9 that they're already working on or whatever, right? They normally have they're normally working on things way ahead of where we see it. But yeah, I think it's soon, but I'll have to look. It's hard to say where so there is more than enough content in the books to do an anime season. Like they are absolutely not gonna do all of the books that are out yet. No, there's no way you could fit that into an anime season unless you did it like APOC, right? Because APOC was like massively abridged, and they made the fight scenes really short, and so they cut so much stuff, and really they made the fight scenes so short in the APOC anime. If they abridged it like that, they actually probably could do most of the books, maybe not all of them, but they could do most of the books in one season. But I hope to God they don't do that. And this is just smart because they know the books that got a while to finish and stuff. The absolute smart thing to do, and I hope to God they do this, is they do what 7 Deadly Sins did originally, obviously not later. But what 7 Deadly Sins did was, so a lot of times there's a long period of anime pre-production that the fans don't know about. So before the first season of 7 Deadly Sins aired, they had, a very long time of pre-production, right? And they were, again, episode 1, 2, 3, 4, and all that stuff was probably done before the first episode aired. So to make a second season of equal quality, you have to not start, you have to wait a long time, right? You need to finish season 1. And normally by the time like the final episode of season 1 airs, they had finished it a long time ago, and they've already been working on the second season. But still, like you need a lot of time for pre-production and all that to make a second season proper. So I'm hoping is they take their time with season 1, and they don't go fast. They don't try to rush it at all. Quite the opposite. And then there's like a long gap between season 1 and season 2, which will make people mad and everything. But like that's just the way to do it. That's the way to maintain quality, and it'll buy the books as much time as they need, right? So if they do 12 episodes, though, which I have no idea how many episodes they're going to do. I don't think they said anything about that. So it could be 12, it could be 24, it could be 20. But if it's 12, I would expect them to do like 3 books. That would be my guess. I would expect them to do 3 books. But we'll just have to see. But I think it would be wise of them to, try to flush things out, try to explain things properly, try to get, do the quality step by step. That way the books have a lot of time. Because if they do like say 3 books or 3.5 books or 4 books or whatever, then there's still enough left to do a second season without having new books to come out. But then you take your time and you take like a year or 2 in between, and then but by the time that's done and that's done airing, right? Surely more books will have come out by then, right? Because honestly, ever since Fate Strange Fake started picking up again, like they've been releasing the books at a pretty good pace. So I think it'll work out, and I'm sure they talked to the writer about this. Like there's no way they just did this without his consent. I'm sure they've been talking about this and trying to figure out like the best schedule for this. I mean, I tell you, and you can see this throughout the history of Fate. Fate Strange Fake has been very awkward for them because it's been the most requested story to get an anime adaptation for years and years and years. It comes up all the time. People ask for it so much. And they've barely been able to do anything with it, right? And it's because the book schedule is kind of hard to predict. And so you can tell they've been stalling and waiting, but then they try to work some things out in FGO, like they got the writer of Fate Strange Fake to do like the Enkidu interludes and stuff. So yeah, I think they've been trying to figure out how to incorporate Fate Strange Fake into FGO, into anime, and things like that, but not step on the toes of the writer and everything. So I think it's just been difficult. And I think they've just been working behind the scenes, and they've kind of like, okay, we got like a timetable. It looks like we're going to be, the books are going to be kind of on this schedule. So if we start here and then we wait this long between seasons and stuff, this should work out. So that because there's no way they waited all this time, right? I don't expect them to blow it now, right? Because if they were planning on like doing a filler anime ending or never finishing the anime or anything like that, they would have done it a long time ago. That's the thing. They would have done it when they would have struck when the iron was hot, right? Because if they were wanting to just phone it in like that, they've had so many opportunities to do that in the past, but they haven't. They've been stalling and stalling and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. So I think they've just, they've picked their time. So hopefully it works out. My fear is because this isn't entirely up to Type Moon, right? My fear is like there's going to be like issues with like the publisher and the studio and budgets and timetables and stuff, because like Type Moon and the writer can be like, oh yeah, we want to give it the proper due and give it make sure it has a good budget and all that, but it doesn't really work that way. You have to like pick a studio to cooperate with and higher ups to make a contract with and all that, and then it's kind of up to them how they manage the budget and what they want to give their studio and like how much they want to hire and that kind of stuff. So it's not really up to Type Moon, how a lot of like the quality control stuff goes. That's where it's really difficult. Wait, what did you talk about on Twitter? Can I get some specifics here? Because I have to imagine he's stressed the fuck out. He's probably really excited because I know he's like, he's always been really excited when his work gets adapted, and he was like so happy with like the Baccano anime and stuff. So I'm sure, he's so excited to see it, but also, I'm sure he feels like he's on like a timetable now. You will make a good decision on the plot structure until the last scene and give it to all the parties. Oh, is he going to tell them in advance what's going to happen? Wow, that sucks. Yeah, I know he's got a lot of health problems. I didn't realize it was that bad, though. So it sounds like he's probably... I mean, he's probably talking about Nasu, because I know he's friends with Nasu. And he's... a lot of times, Type Moon doesn't get that involved with the other books, but from what I understand, Type Moon has actually been fairly involved with Fate Strange Fake. And like Nasu's advised a lot, and they've kind of gone back and forth talking about stuff a lot, and it's because they're friends, right? Like they're buddies. So he's probably just gonna tell Nasu like what he wants and everything. So if something goes south, they'll probably be in good hands and stuff. I hope nothing bad happens though. That sucks, man. I love that guy's work. Like Baccano is such a great story, man. But yeah, I'm guessing he's just gonna tell Nasu just in case, and then if the anime does catch up, then maybe they're just gonna do that. I don't know though. I guess we'll see. Yeah, I knew he got out of the hospital because I knew he was in the hospital for a while and he couldn't work on writing at all. But I know he got out of the hospital. But I guess he might still have health problems. I don't think he's ever really talked about it, like the specifics. But yeah, we probably won't get a filler ending then. But I hope that doesn't mean though. They're gonna, shit, I hope they're not gonna like gas and be like, oh, hey, we know what the ending is, right? We got the plot outline, so let's just go. Like, I don't want them to do that, because never mind it not like being a perfect adaptation of the books or anything, I don't want them to rush a second season, like at all, right? I want, the proper waiting and pre-production is what allows you to maintain quality. Generally, if you go right from a season 1 straight into a season 2, the quality starts to slip. Right, you can see that in a lot of work, so I don't want them to do that. I want them to take their time and, I can wait, like shit. Right now, you absolutely could not do Fate Strange Fake in one season unless you made it a really long season or you abridged it really heavily. So it's surely going to be 2 or 3 seasons. Like, there's no way they would do just one, unless they're just out of their fucking minds. Yeah, honestly, the real test is going to be the anime, because like in the movie, not a lot of like animation stuff happens. There's not a lot of like movement, because it's just, you don't need that for Gilgamesh and Enkidu fight. So that's gonna be really telling about like the budget and timetable is like. So like if the very first fight scene looks pretty phoned in, or like they're an excuse to not like show good movement and stuff like that, you kind of can expect that for the whole thing, which would really suck. But yeah, it'd actually be weird if like Gil versus Enkidu had a lot of movement in it. That's not how it happens in the book or the manga, obviously. Chat, though, it's funny with the Gate of Babylon, being used at like that insane level that we've never seen it used before. And obviously, Road of Babylon. Although that's the first time we've ever seen it, period, really. But anyway, it's kind of funny because you look at like Fate Zero, for example, or even Fate Stay Night, and most of the servants there, when they say Gate of Babylon, are like shocked, right? Because it's way more than what a typical servant can do, right? Because it's not like Gil just has generic projectiles. They're all proper noble phantasms with their own effects and their of insane quality. And actually, in Fate Stay Night, Gil actually, just to kind of show off the saber, uses a lot of their abilities. Like he uses like an ice dagger, a teleporting sword, and some other nonsense, right? Like they all have these crazy effects and stuff. So in like Fate Zero, right, when like Gilgamesh is fighting Lancelot, the servers are like, what the fuck, right? Like, why does this guy have all these noble phantasms? This is ridiculous, right? Like, it's so beyond what you generally see a servant doing. And even exceptional servants, you know, don't generally have like that kind of nonsense going on. But that was Gil using like, you know, 10 items at a time, right? Like like maybe 12 tops, right? And even in Fate Stay Night, I think the most he ever uses is against Hercules. Like, he actually barely uses Gate against Saber. He does use it some, but he doesn't use it a lot. But he probably uses it the most against Hercules. It's probably where he uses it the most seriously. And maybe Ku, but that was off screen, so that, who knows. But, you know, even then when they see, you know, Gil versus Hercules, it's like, this is so ridiculous. How could he possibly, you know, have all these noble phantasms? And then you have Enkidu, right? And in like 5 seconds, Gil's got, you know, he's literally used more swords than every other Fate work combined. And I'm not exaggerating. Like, if you take all the Fate routes, Fate Zero, all that stuff, you combine it, and literally in like 10 seconds, Gil's already used more items out of Gate just because, you know, Enkidu. And then Enkidu's matching it, right, completely. That's just hilarious. Like, can you imagine if, like, the Fate Zero cast saw that, right? If they saw... they see the Lancelot fight and then they see fucking Gil versus Enkidu, it'd just be like, what the hell is happening? Like, how and the funny thing is, generally the Throne of Heroes couldn't even summon something like that. Well, actually, it's not the Throne of Heroes, the Grail. Like, the Grail system normally couldn't summon something like that. It's just, you know, Gate of Babylon is cheating, so. And then, funnily enough, Enkidu's stuff is made by the planet, essentially. So the planet is just making it. Right, and that's why it's not connected to the Grail or any of that, and that's why they're so powerful and stuff. But yeah, if I was like a typical servant like Dyrmid or whatever, and you see that, it's like, okay, well, I mean, Dyrmid probably wouldn't give up anyway, because, you know, knightly honor and all that. But like, Jesus Christ, like, well, I'm out. Yeah, the OVA came out last night. It came out early in English because they showed it at the English Anime Expo. So America got it before everybody. But I'm pretty sure they did that on purpose because it, you know, it's set in America. So, by the way, I really like this, and I've always known this because I followed, you know, I read the books. Chat, I can read. Who knew? Don't ask. Green can't read this. But anyway, the writer of Fate Strange Fake just likes America a lot, and he sets a lot of his story in America. He likes a lot of like different eras in American history and all that kind of stuff. He does a lot of it. He gives a shit, right? Where most of the other Tight Moon writers do not give a flying fuck about America. And you can see that in Fate Strange Fake, though, like, so fast. That, like, the writer of it actually likes America and doesn't shit on it in 5 seconds. He actually does the opposite, because he has, like, the other characters shitting on it. But, yeah, it's kind of funny. But it's a nice change of pace. Green uses text-to-speech, uh-huh. You know, it'd be cool if the ending of Fate Strange Fake, because it's not over yet, even in the books. It'd be cool if the ending of Fate Strange Fake was Gil and Enkidu fighting again. I think that'd actually be pretty awesome. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. It's hard to predict where that's going to end. Let's see. We're fighting every class under the sun again. Let's use the new Berserker. He's pretty cool. I don't know why they're limiting you to 4 servants like this, but whatever. I really do like Pale Rider. That's the crazy thing about Fate Strange Fake, is Gil is like one of my absolute favorite characters, and like Enkidu, like almost just as much, right? They're such awesome characters. But then there's just so much awesome shit in Fate Strange Fake that they don't really steal the show, right? I mean, they do at the beginning there, but dude, like, Jack is so fucking baller, dude. Like, there's so much cool shit in Fate Strange Fake. I can't wait for the anime. Sigma does some big shit in the last book. I don't want to say too much because some people probably don't want those kind of spoilers, but the last book dealt with a lot of like Ishtar stuff, and Sigma's pretty involved in all that. Yeah, actually, I was surprised. I wasn't really sure how they would do Pale Rider because in like the manga, you know, it's kind of hard to capture that level of creepiness, and he's not really creepy in the manga because, you know, he is really nice to his master and is trying to take care of the kid and all that, right? So he, you know, although he looks kind of wild, you know, he's not really that creepy. It's more of like other characters saying he's creepy, but like everything he does and stuff is like, yeah, you know, he's a nice guy, guys, no problem. And even in the book, it's kind of hard to capture, I think, that level of creepiness. But oh my god, he was so fucking creepy in the anime. That was definitely more like demonic than I thought it was going to be. Like, it's because of the sounds, right? Because like the book describes what he looks like, and the manga, you know, has like a picture of what he looks like and stuff. But that's really all they can do. Where the anime, you know, they're really taking advantage of the medium, and, you know, they add like the crazy sound effects and all this stuff. Yeah, he's just super creepy. So one of the characters I'm looking forward to the most in Fate Strange Fake is actually John. It's just, his name is John. He's one of the police, and so far he's had a bigger role than the other ones had. It takes a while for him to really get going though, but he's actually one of my favorite characters in the entire thing. And you actually see him in the movie, in the lineup. You don't see him very much, but they don't really let you know that he's going to be more important. But yeah, I really like John. He's awesome. John Strange Fake, yeah. But yeah, it's funny, he's just named John. You know, he's just he knows magecraft and stuff, like he knows magic, but you know, he's just a mortal, right? All right, so, oh right, well, what, I forgot. This was some weird shit where it can go on forever. You have to do something specific. I don't remember what you're supposed to do here. I don't remember at all. I remember messing around with it, trying to figure out what it was, but I don't remember. Well, time to AoE. Yeah, magic is pretty new to America in fuck, we're not attacking the right one. Damn it, I messed up. But here, I'm gonna reset that. I don't know if it even matters, but that's just annoying. But yeah, cause magecraft goes back, you know, to ancient times in the Fate universe, and because America is a newer country, they're pretty out of the loop with that stuff. You know, a few like mages went over there and stuff like that, so it's not like they've had no exposure to the magic. But you can actually see that in the movie that like the you know, the special forces guys don't know about magic. He's obviously told them about it before, but you know, they haven't really seen it or any of that. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. But yeah, I love the like top tier mage just getting gunned down like that. It's so funny. And they've said that throughout the Nasuverse before. Like Nasu himself, never mind the other writers, Nasu has said that mages have a huge blind spot for technology. And it's because in ancient times, technology was just no threat to them at all, right? And they've always like looked down on it and looked down on science and those kinds of things. And for many generations, it's, you know, like, oh man, this guy's got a spear. Oh man, you know, like, and the spear's not going to do anything against a magic barrier, right? Of course not. But Nasu has said that, like, over the years, the Mage Association and just Magus in general, they don't, because they've always looked down on it, they don't keep tabs on it. They don't look at like the new model of jet plane, and they don't look at these things. So they're always like, oh, technology, you silly people. But so they have like this huge blind spot to it, and in recent years, you know, technology has massively caught up to them and is a huge threat to them, and they don't even realize it. And that's really shown with Kaneth, right? You know, Kaneth is like, oh, this guy's using technology. I got a portal to like the Nether Realm. What are you gonna do? And then, you know, the whole building blows up, right? You know, and it's like, well, good job. Yeah, that's like an ongoing thing with Magus. They just don't realize that technology has advanced as much as it has, and it's a huge fucking threat to them. I actually kind of love that though, because it makes sense. You know, they're very elitist. And they've had an easy way of it throughout history in comparison to technology, so they don't realize, you know, how like strong guns have gotten. Because they're thinking like muskets and shit. You know, they don't realize how much stronger it is since then. And that's actually a big part of why Kurotsugu uses technology so much, is because he's aware, you know, his job is to kill mages, and he's aware that mages just have this giant blind spot for technology. So bombs and grenades and landmines and stuff just work really well at killing them because they have no idea how any of that stuff works. Yeah, I'm sure there's individual mages too that are aware of technology and aren't as stupid about it, but like the Magus in general have a huge blind spot to it. All right, let's see here. Man, she got wrecked in one turn? What? Excuse me, game. Well, that's bad. Also doesn't help that I have no idea what you're supposed to do here, so we'll have to see. The obvious would be killing all three of them at once, but I don't think that's what it is. Might even be random. I can't even, I don't remember. I don't think it was random. I think there is something you're supposed to do. Yeah, his NP gain's kind of and it's because they're expecting you to use Castoria. That's why. You know the drill with all that. Well, with gods, they'd probably say, you know, they're like untangible by like a lot of physical means like that. However, in the Nasu-verse, technology does eventually get to the point where it pretty much surpasses magic and whatnot. It also probably depends on the era, because gods get weaker the more technology advances, because like the mystery in the world diminishes, and they're like really tied to that. So presumably, like as of the time of like notes, you know, the mysticism is just gone, and then gods at that point would be so much weaker. Yeah, good guy Ash. You get Ash, and you get Karna, like at the extra attack, you get Ash or Karna. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Boy, I guess I just taunt here. I like most of the new characters, honestly. They were pretty cool. Durga's kind of whatever. I don't hate her or anything, but she's kind of just there. I do like how, though, she's more, like, accurate with her being blue and that kind of stuff. She's pretty accurate to the legends there. And, like, Medusa seems pretty cool. It's kind of just typical Medusa stuff, which is fine. Yeah, her kit is kind of meh. It's not super interesting. And here's the thing. I don't care if a kit is OP or not. If anything, I don't like it when they're OP. I don't like them pushing the envelope all the time, right? So when a character is just, like, fine gameplay-wise, I'm completely all right with that. It's just Durga's kind of a little bit less than fine. It feels kind of below average. And then it's kind of just boring. Like, it's just not that fun of a toolkit to use, I would say. Okay, can someone crit? How did we do that little damage? I just did a rainbow chain, and we just did that little damage. What the hell? Well, this is bad. I mean, they've added some interesting kits. I'd actually say the Lancer's pretty cool kit-wise. That was, like, the whole overcharge thing was fine. Little straightforward outside of that, but that was fine. The Spider Lady's fine. I think that was decent enough. I honestly, though, a lot of recent servants have been pretty Cuckoo's fine. Actually, Cuckoo was really good. I'd say Cuckoo was very fresh and unique and fun and interesting. And so that Cuckoo was really good. I think they put a lot of effort into that, though, because Lostbelt, you know, King. So I think they wanted to make sure that worked out well. But yeah, the servants in the last like year and a half or so overall have been a bit underwhelming. I think they've been kind of phoning it in a bit. So, chat, does anyone remember what this is? Because I think you're supposed to read something, and I can't. There's no way to know that, and I don't really want to look it up. And I absolutely do not remember what you're supposed to do here. And I'm pretty sure it was something very stupid. Oh, you just need to kill 4 waves? Oh, okay, that's less involved than I was thinking. I think this is the 3rd wave. Probably should have cast Guts there. I mean, the enemies are pretty rainbow pleased there. Could have saved her bus drop, but I thought she was gonna die there. Now, if only, like, Hercules was actually in Fate Strange Fake for more than, like, 5 minutes instead of, you know, Herc Alter, who I don't care about at all. Like, that's, like, the one thing I really don't like about Fate Strange Fake. I really like pretty much everything else about it. I like the Masters and the Servants and the premise and all that. But I really don't like Herc Alter. It's just really fan-fiction-y nonsense. Actually, the writer of that specifically said he didn't think he should be the one to write regular Herc, and he said he wanted Nasu to do it. Which, you know, that would be great if Nasu actually did it. But you know, who knows, chat? I actually, this sounds like copium, but I do not think it is, because we already know that they've already done this. The writers have already done this with, like, some of the Ishtar stuff. You know, Nasu is friends with the writer of Fate Strange Fake, right? And, like, they're in cahoots with some stuff. And it is possible that they've got, like, some plan to use Sane Herc and Fate Strange Fake as a tie-in. Or Sane Herc and FGO, excuse me, as a tie-in with Fate Strange Fake. Because they've already done that. They've already, like, coordinated that kind of stuff. And that's the kind of shit they would do. So it's possible... And because Nasu had already decided that, that's why he didn't use Hercules in Lostbelt 5. Like Sane Hercules, like normal Hercules in Lostbelt 5, was because, like, oh yeah, we've already got this thing set in stone. We already got this thing in the works. So, you know, let's not spoil that here in Lostbelt 5, right? So that could be copium, but I don't think it is a real possibility, because again, they've already done that kind of stuff before. So it could happen. So that could be the reason they're dodging using regular Hercules so much. But also, Nasu just might be like, Space Hercules, though. I would be very happy that if they added Hercules from Fate Strange Fake to FGO, that they made Archer Herc, like, Stage 1 and Stage 2. And then they made... That was weird. I didn't actually... What the fuck? I didn't clear that wave, though. And it didn't even let me attack the other guy. Anyway. But, anyway, if it was regular Hercules in Stage 1 and 2, and then they used that to, like, expand on the character and, like, show him off more, and he's in the event story or the main story, and you get to see more of his character, right? And then Stage 3, you can make, you know, the drapes. I don't think Batboy's gonna be, I don't think Batman's gonna be the anniversary servant. Now, it could happen, right? Like, that's a main story tie-in. And to be fair, it's not like the anniversary has to be a main story tie-in. You know, they might do something else. We'll see. You know, he's certainly requested a lot. He's a major character in a lot of ways, so you could see it, right? It make more sense than them adding, you know, Bob out of nowhere, but it's not the one I would bet on, right? It's not. I suspect they're gonna revisit it later, but we'll see. And Medusa would be weird. Honestly, it could be Medusa. It absolutely could be. That'd be a weird one, though. That'd be a really weird one. There's not like that much hype behind Saber Medusa. Medusa has just never been, you know, as popular as the other ladies in Fate Stay Night because people have no taste. But you know, what are you gonna do? Yeah, the background is like a jungle or a swamp or something. Which, you know, it could be tied into Lostbelt 7. That's possible. Could just be you know, not connected at all though. We'll have to see. Also, that event is not tied to the anniversary, I don't think. It's gonna be before it. The anniversary is technically July 30th, but they miss that date all of the time. Like, they rarely actually have the anniversary going by July 30th. I really wish they'd stop doing that, though. Like, your anniversary is your anniversary, for fuck's sake. Like, their stream should be on the 30th. Like, clearly. But, anyway, we'll see what they do. But yeah, that event is probably not related. And it could be Lost Belt 7 related, though. Even though it's not Lost Belt 7 locked, that doesn't really mean a lot. They've done that before. They've done that a bunch of times, actually. That Ash, holy shit. I think these are skeletons again. So we probably want AoE stuff. Bertra's awesome, but we could also use Percival, though. Or Fionn. Fionn's good for this kind of thing, too. It's NP5. Alright, you know what? Let's go Fionn. Oh, God, you have to bring Mash. Wait, no, this isn't the actual boss fight with him. He's a real boss fight, though. I'm gonna have to actually take that seriously because, yeah, Bat Boy's pretty tough. Probably the hardest fight in Lost Belt 7, actually. And this account isn't like my main where I can just, like, use budgety stuff, right? I'm pretty limited with my roster, so. Gonna have to take it seriously, though I'm not gonna summon a meta support, but I'll have to summon something that actually makes a degree of sense. This might be the one that you have to do the forum. Yeah, Daybit's pretty hard if you don't know the gimmick. If you don't know the gimmick, it's a catastrophe. If you know the gimmick, though, then it's really easy. And as such, it's kind of a dumb fight. That is funny, though, the way they did that. Like, he gets as many servants as you have, and it's so much harder if you bring a full team. My AoE options are not the best. We'll do chat versus FCO at some point. The thing is, it's just really difficult to do chat versus FCO because there's no story replay, so it's very difficult to do it. We could do it versus, I mean, we could do it against Bat Boy if chat wanted to. It does take a lot of energy, though, I tell you. That's not the easiest thing to do. Yeah, we should do it again at some point. We've had some good moments. If they add story replay, I'll probably do it like once a week or something like that. Oh my god. Why? So bad for Fionn. Like, I can't give him art up or anything to help him loop now. Guess I could put Asclepius in there with the NP gain if I do switch. They haven't done proper memorial quests in a long time. Well, Nito's obviously really good here. So, because I'm a giant Gundam nerd, so the voice actor of Batman is the same voice actor of the main character from Gundam 8th MS Team. And he's using like the exact same type of voice, right? It's very similar. And the main character of 8th MS Team is very yelly and kind of ridiculous and whatnot. And so every time you got Batman yelling, all I can think of is some of the stupid shit in 8th MS Team with that character every time. Yeah, also his name is Shiro, so... Oh, I guess we got free battery as a gimmick or something. Well, time to kill. Probably should have him attack first. Well, I could art chain, but that's not actually enough. He's got to actually do the attack here. And without his NP gain up, he might not even get it here. Not quite. Goddamn. Yeah, Stormix knows. See, when you said the opening of 8th MS Team, I thought you meant the first episode, and I was like, what the fuck? But you mean the anime opening, which makes a lot more sense. Because that is a fairly famous, like, popular, opening there. But I was like, what? Took me a second there. Man, we got no Fionn cards. Oh, no, yeah, we got the quick. That'll do. I want to give her NP gain up. No, we'll wait. I haven't watched the second season of Witch of Mercury yet. I've only seen the first season, but I'll watch it now that it's done. I didn't really like the first season very much, so my expectations are low. The first season had like some of the worst world building I've ever seen. It was like unreal how like gimmicky. It felt like the whole universe was like a prop town. Like they just didn't like it felt like the only thing that mattered was the school, right? They just didn't do anything to flesh out the universe, and like it was really weird for a Gundam show to feel that way. It felt like almost claustrophobic the way it was set up. And it just felt so gimmicky with like the stupid school and everything. It's just very dumb. And all the pacing was really bad, and like I always say the first season could have been 3 episodes, like and that would have been way better. All right. Oh, it's starting to thunder and lightning outside. Hopefully that doesn't mess with my stream. We'll see here. Let's do this. Maybe I should have done the survivability skill though. Also, I could have brought in Asclepius. Yeah, Zeet heard me talking. The thing is, it's like the politics felt really gimmicky to just service the school, and they barely existed. But yeah, we'll see. You know, I'll give the second season. I'll probably watch it tonight. I'm not gonna watch the whole thing tonight, but I'll probably start it the second season tonight. The one thing I liked about Witch of Mercury was Gruul. He was cool because he's just not at the first like episode or two. He's not the kind of character you would have expected them to give like a lot of character development to and that kind of thing. So that was nice. That was very unique. Gundam does that a lot though. Gundam will oftentimes have a character that you would never expect to like have an interesting character arc and all that. Like Yizak from Seed, right? Like you don't see that coming. That's kind of something Gundam likes to do. Boy, it is storming out there. Man, I should have done the attack up or something. Now, I can do his battery. I guess I'll do that because the taunt is actually nice for the refund. We'll do this. Because of the sabers, I think I need to do the attack up. I kind of messed up with that. I think the 18k one is going to live no matter what I do, though. They had actually announced that they were going to do a sequel to Seed a little while ago. It's been quite a minute. I think people just kind of didn't notice it. They didn't put a lot of attention on it. But yeah, they announced doing more Seed. The thing is, what's actually weird, and I know why, and I'll get into that, but it's actually weird they never did more with Seed. Seed was one of the most popular Gundam series to ever exist. A lot of people don't know that because it's kind of older now, and also a lot of like hardcore fans don't like Seed. But Seed was unbelievably popular. And like the Freedom has always had insanely high model sales and that kind of thing. The reason they never did more with Seed was because the writer's wife died. And he just didn't want to write anymore, right, for the time, and for good reason. But now it's been a long time, and, you know, he's, you know, ready to get back to it. So, yeah, it makes complete sense that they didn't do anything. But, yeah, well, I am concerned, though. I am very concerned because I didn't like Seed Destiny. I like the original Seed a lot, but I did not like Seed Destiny. A lot of the expanded fiction of Seed that other writers made, I don't think was particularly good. There's some exceptions, but generally that stuff wasn't very good. So I'm very concerned, but we'll see what happens. It's definitely an interesting universe. It's one of the more fleshed out universes and stuff, so I'd certainly like to see more of it. I do like, yeah, Seed's designs are really nice. They have a lot of really cool mechs. Big fan. I want to start watching Gundam at some point. Gives me a background show. Yeah, I mean, it's honestly, I think it's pretty easy to get into Gundam. People get really intimidated by it, but like, there's a lot of good shows to start with. You can kind of maybe look around and see like the different art styles and stuff and see which one grabs your fancy. I always say the best Gundam to start with is going to vary from person to person, like on your own taste. But the good starting ones, for a variety of reasons, like Iron-Blooded Orphans is a good starting one. 8th MS Team is a good starting one. I think even 0080 is a good starting one. Gundam 00 can be a good starting one. Yeah, a lot of the AU stuff is good because they're standalone. Yeah, I think War in the Pocket is actually a good starting Gundam. It's very different, but it's just a good story, and it's very easy to understand and whatnot. Yeah, Unicorn's terrible. Unicorn's probably the worst one to start with, which sucks because it's such a, visually, it's such a great show. But yeah, I think Gundam 00 Season 1 is a really good starting point. And you don't have to watch any more than that. Like, I actually think Season 2 in the movie sucks. So it's actually totally fine to just watch Season 1 and that's it. But yeah, Iron-Blooded Orphan's really good. The second season's amazing, but you have to watch Season 1, of course. But yeah, Iron-Blooded Orphans, Gundam 00, 8th MS Team, totally good starting spot. You could watch 0080 as a starting show as well. I think that's fine. I don't know if people would like it that much, though. It's kind of a weird one, but... I'm finishing IBO tonight. What do you suggest next? I liked it a lot. Good to hear. Yeah, I'm assuming you're in the second season then. The ending is really really good. Is that all you've seen? Is that all you've seen as Iron-Blooded Orphans? I would have liked 0080 as a starting show. Yeah, I figured you would. That's why I brought it up a lot. But I know it wasn't your first. Yeah, 0080 is a very unique anime, even for Gundam. It's very, very unique, but it's very good. And it does do a lot of world building, so it's very easy to jump off of it into other ones, even though it's so unique. I've seen 8th MS Team, 0080, Seed, and so an Iron-Blooded Orphans. Let's see. I would say try 00. You might not like it, but I would try to... I think you'll like at least the first season. You may not like the rest of it, but I would try 00. There's some cool shit in 00. Yeah, 0080 is maybe my favorite Gundam, honestly. It's really good. Yeah, 0083 is Stardust Memory. That one's got some cool shit about it. You do have to watch G Gundam at some point. I wouldn't watch that next. But yeah, I would say double O. But yeah, it's don't start with G Gundam. Don't do that. Everyone says to start with that as a joke. Don't do it. It is such a bad show to start with. All right, I can NP again. This is probably going to kill everyone. We've been NPing pretty much every turn here. Still taking a second though. Never start with Victory. Victory is probably the most disliked Gundam, even by the creator. He was very unhappy with it. I mean, G Gundam can be a very enjoyable watch, but it's a fucking meme. It's the only Gundam out of all of them that is super robot, right? Which is kind of in the genre of like Gurren Lagann, right? For those who don't know, right? It's the only one like that, and it's fucking ridiculous. It's very silly. So, Poi, how do you feel about Witch from Mercury as a starting point? So I've only seen season 1, and I would say pretty bad, actually. Some people really like it, and a lot of people have started with it, right? Because it's like the new Gundam, and I haven't had a mainline series in a long time. But I don't know, man. I don't think season 1 was very good. Like, I thought it was kind of eh. Yeah, a lot of people like it, and good for them. But a lot of people don't like it too, though. I have seen a lot of people like, eh. Like the whole school thing and everything, I don't know. I think for youngins, it's fine. I think if you're like a teenager, I think Witch from Mercury is actually a pretty good starting spot. But like for an adult, I don't think it's very good. But I think for a teenager, it's fine. The slow burn's not the issue. I think the issue why I don't really like it, it's like, again, the world building's pretty trash. You know, it's very gimmicky. You know, and it's so focused on the school stuff. A lot of people, if they want to get into Gundam, I don't think they're really there for the school drama. Now, some people are there for the school drama, but then they're just looking for an anime. They're not looking for to get into Gundam, right? V Gundam is not really even that dark. V Gundam's trying to be dark, but it's just bad. Like V Gundam is just bad. It's paced terribly. The only thing I'll give V Gundam is some of the fight scenes are decently choreographed, especially for the era, right? But V Gundam kind of just sucks. Like the characters are stupid, their motivations are stupid, the setting is stupid. Like there's a lot of dumb, and like even the writer after the fact is like, I don't know what I was doing. I'm not kidding. The creator of V Gundam says don't watch V Gundam, and I completely agree with him on that. It's not very good. Yeah, Gundam X is a cool concept, but from what I understand, it had horrible production issues. Like Gundam X had just all kinds of production issues behind the scenes. That ended up getting, like, they had to end it early and all kinds of stuff. They just had so many problems. It is an interesting premise, and it's got some okay fight scenes, I guess, but it's nothing special. Pretty blah. Good hand animation, though. Give it that. Yeah, I definitely think IBO is much better than... I mean, IBO is pretty good. The only issue I have with IBO is the first season is kind of gimmicky with the kid thing. It's kind of silly. And the first season is kind of slow paced, I would say, honestly, with like nothing too major going on, but it does introduce you to the universe really well and the characters. And then second season is just killer. So I was surprised that when I first saw the first season of IBO, I did not care for it much. And I don't think I even finished it. And I just stopped watching. I was like, yeah, whatever, stupid kids, right? I just was not into like the kid main character stuff. And then I eventually tried it again, and I got through season 1, and then I started watching season 2, and I was like, oh my god, this is so much better. Like, it's so good. IBO season 2 is one of my favorite Gundams, like hands down. I love it to death. It's so good. Galio is the best. But yeah, seriously, IBO season 2, Seed season 1, 0080. Those are probably my absolute top favorites. I really like those. But I tell you what, I do like Gundam 00 season 1. I just don't like the main characters too much. Lock-On's the only good main character. Fuck the rest of them. But Graham's great, but he's not exactly a main character. Yeah, I do think, like, Kids in War was better in IBO than a lot of other stuff, but it's still kind of stupid. And, like, just having kids be competent in war is just moronic, because that's the thing that the child soldiers are a real thing in real life, but they're not competent. They're fucking the complete opposite of that. And every time an anime tries to make a kid a badass, I roll my eyes. It's so stupid. Yeah, Lock-On was great. Patrick was great. Graham is great. But Lock-On is the only one of those that's a main character. And the thing is, Lock-On is probably the least main character out of the main characters. Out of, like, the Gundam pilots and Gundam 00, I think he gets the least screen time, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think 0080 did a much better job with Kids in War, I would say. Yeah, the thing is, I don't get the point of that, Poi, because the point of Gundam is it is mecha, right? And by all means because here's the thing, I think Gundam has already done a good job of not just being an excuse for giant robots, right? There's a lot of, like, good art out there in Gundam without needing that kind of gimmicky stuff, right? And a 0080 is a great example of that. HPaz, thank you for the 24 months, 2 years. Am I fighting these stupid skeletons again? What the shit? So Archer's good here. This is getting kind of silly. All right, you know what? She's new. We'll use Durga. Try to give her what support we can. This is where having Jufu leveled up would be really useful. Jufu would help her loop a lot more than what I've got here. It is crazy though how many people I've gotten into Gundam, both just like people I know in real life and like people through my stream and stuff. I've gotten a lot of people to try it. It's been a pretty good, high success rate though. Most people I've seen try it have ended up enjoying it. The key is don't start with like the original Gundam or you know, some nonsense like that. That's not gonna work out. I guess Herc. I could just do AoE again though. I don't know. Zeta is a tough watch. I think Zeta is such a tough watch. It's got so much filler. There's some interesting stuff in it. And it does allow you to then watch some of the other Gundam shows. Like Unicorn and things like that, which are really good. But it's a very hard watch. A lot of diehard Gundam fans don't seem to realize that. They think, oh yeah, you could start with Zeta or the original Gundam. That's why there's not a lot of Gundam fans that are like Zoomers. Dude, I have such limited AoE here. Like, goddamn. This could be a problem. Yeah, I think the compilation movies are actually better for the original Gundam and Zeta. They're just so much more palatable. Hardcore Gundam fans act like that's sacrilege, but I straight, especially for Zeta, I think the Zeta movies are way better than the show. Yeah, Zoomers are going for G-Witch, absolutely. I'm curious what's going to happen, because you know, not all of them, but some of those Zoomers are going to try other Gundam, and the ones that go to like Iron-Blooded Orphans, I think will be in good shape, or I think like 8th MS Team, 0080 and all that, maybe 00. But you know, some of them are going to go watch like Zeta or the original, and they're just going to like, this is so stupid, and they're not going to, they're going to drop Gundam. The hardcore, like Gundam fans are a lot like hardcore Armored Core fans. They have a very bad like barometer for like understanding what the series is going to look like from an outsider perspective. They're really bad at putting themselves in someone else's shoes like that. And a lot of people are bad at that in general. That's a rare talent, I think. You know, I'm gonna do the art up just for the NP gain. See how that does for us here. I have not read the manga of Gundam Origin. I have read some Gundam manga, absolutely, but I have not read that one, so I could not tell you. I mean, from what I know, it's probably good enough for understanding Char's story, right? Like, if you wanted to read the manga of that, and then go to like the Zeta movies and then Char's counterattack, I bet that'd probably be fine. If you're wanting to like know Armoro's stuff, then probably not. We didn't kill one of those. Oh my god. Well, we get the one art card, which is actually a good thing. That's funny. Fate fans are terrible about seeing things from an outsider's perspective. They're really bad at that as well. Okay, I guess I do this. So they're all sabers. Oh boy. What's really crazy to me is, and this is such a thing, and I've seen so many of these people on Twitter, there really is a pretty decent sized group of people that think, like, it's kind of like how Gundam's got the people that think only UC is good and every other Gundam is bad. They're like that, but with Fate Stay Night. They like, Fate Stay Night's the only good Fate story and everything else sucks. And I think that's so crazy. That kind of mindset, I think, happens a lot when people get overly emotionally attached to something, and it like clouds their judgment of other things. And it's fine to really like something and get into something or relate to something or have a piece of art move you, right? That's all fine. But that doesn't, you don't need to be exclusionary about that and act like you can't enjoy something else that's similar or whatever. That definitely happens. You know, people get like really into UC Gundam, and so they see all the other Gundams as like pagans or something. You know, blasphemers. There is a surprising amount of people that like really don't like Fate Zero, and they're like, Fate Stay Night for life, fuck Fate Zero. That's like such a thing, actually. I got made fun of on Twitter chat, the silly place, because I like Fate Zero. I'm not even kidding. That's absolutely happened. Like, there's people that, like, matter-of-factly will be like, you shouldn't care about this Hanako Green guy's opinion because he thinks Fate Zero's good. But yeah, what a crazy thing. I mean, I didn't post on Twitter. It's just people that, like, saw me talking about it on my stream or whatever. I don't think I've even brought up Fate Stay Night or Fate Zero on my Twitter. Alright, we don't have our NP. Oh, his skill's not maxed, and I mashed the button, and he's got evade up anyway. Only one hit, though. Whoops. Fate Zero is the absolute best starting point for Fate. It's better than Fate Stay Night, because Fate Stay Night's got the routes. So, like, Fate Stay Night as a visual novel is a fine starting spot. But none of the anime are a good starting spot. Dean Stay Night's the best, funnily enough, but its curb appeal is pretty low. because it's old, right? It's got like a way older animation quality and stuff like that. But like if you got a friend or something that doesn't mind that, then yeah, Dean Stay Night is a perfectly good starting spot. But I would say Fate Zero is the best. I think Fate Zero is the best starting spot. K&K is awesome, but that's not an introduction into Fate. That's an introduction into the Nasuverse. Like, and K&K can easily be enjoyed in a vacuum. You could watch K&K and never watch anything else ever, before or after Nasuverse related, and it'd be a good experience. Yeah, I've always said that I wish the anime was better. A lot of people kind of just hate APOC now in general because of the anime, and I think the books are a lot better. They're not perfect, absolutely not, but... Man, our team's getting torn up by this guy. Got damage resist, armor ignore, auto evade every turn. I would say from like Type Moon specifically, I do think K&K is their best work. I would agree. It is very well done. It has a few bits that are a little hit or miss. You know, it's not like perfect from cover to cover, but I do think it's Type Moon's best work. Now, Type Moon didn't make Fate Zero, but regardless of who made it, for Fate stuff, I do think Zero is the best. I do think it's the best one. Now, Fate Strange Fake's not done, so I'll judge that when it is. So we'll see. Type Moon clown music plays, yeah. God, the way they handled Tsukihime, dude. Unreal. Some of those interviews were just so absurd. You know, I will... Carnival Phantasm is good. Like, it's rare that joke anime are actually funny. Anime has, like, really struggled to make comedy. Definitely a weak point for them. But I think Carnival Phantasma is one of the better comedy animes out there. Like they did good. I need to look at who like the head writer and stuff was, because yeah, they did a good job. Alrighty, do I want to insta-death these guys? Probably not. The middle one probably does the most damage. I don't think Type Moon has ever taken itself too seriously. I think Nasu likes making, you know, worlds and lores and gods and backstories and stuff. He really does enjoy that, but I don't think he takes it like too seriously. Like, I think he enjoys the creation of a universe and a world and a setting and all that. So he takes that seriously and he makes an interesting, you know, in-depth setting. But then he doesn't give a shit if he, you know, makes light of it or, you know, changes something to accommodate a new story he wants to write or whatever. Dude, putting Vivi in that is actually such a deep dive. Most people have no idea what any of that shit is. 1 second, chat. I'm gonna grab some water real quick here. I think we're getting close to bad guy, though. I'm actually kind of concerned that we're gonna get our asses kicked by that. Okay. All right, I'm back. Wow, I'm in debuff hell. Shit. So chat, I do think mild spoilers, by the way, for Fate Strange Fake, but if you've already seen the movie, this doesn't really spoil anything. You can infer all of this just from the movie. But I do find the dynamic with the Zealot Assassins and her master is pretty funny, because so that guy, which you could probably tell from the movie, guys, crazy spoilers, he's a vampire. Who knew? But it's kind of funny that that guy's motivation is he's lived so long, he's bored of everything, so he just wants to wake up. He wants to use the Grail to wake up Ort to kill everything, because he just wants it to be over with. Also, we're not exactly in a good way right now. Anyway, so but then he summons his assassin, who's like the least. Why am I still getting stunned? This is like so dumb here. But I think I think you have like a hidden guts here, but I want to do it without that. This is kind of frustrating. Anyway, so he summons his assassin, right? And then she betrays him immediately because he's a heretic. And you know, that reinvigorates him to like, so now his goal is to like murder his own servant, right? That's like his goal now, right? That gives him like reinvigoration to live again. But it's funny because like he's still supplying his servant with mana, like on purpose, right? Like he could obviously not do that, but like he's happy to like keep her materialized in the world and let her go around and do stuff. But he wants to murder her, you know, and suck her blood and all that, so. And yeah, he's got command spells. He could use a command spell on her if he wanted to. But I think in his mind that would ruin the thrill of it. I forgot to change my mystic code. Yeah, he's a crazy son of a bitch. The Zealot basically wants to kill the heretics, essentially. He's called a Zealot for a reason. She failed to become a Hassan, but she's still like loyal to the cause, if you will. She's not really OP because if anything, she's one of the weaker servants there. Because although she can use many of the other Hassan's NPs, most of them are much weaker than the originals. I think one of them she actually mastered to a greater level, but most of them are much weaker than the, like her version of Curse Arms NP is much weaker. She is very good though, like she's still very stealthy and has lots of variety in her methods of murder. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if she was in Camelot, she would have been loyal to the cause, like you say, and I'm pretty sure they did say that. Her versus Tristan would be pretty interesting, though. I gotta say, if there's no plot armor, though, I'm pretty sure Tristan would just win. Tristan is so overpowered, dude. Oh, the music's looping. Shit. It's probably been doing that for a while. They had to nerf Tristan so much in Lostbelt 6 to get him killed. Like, they basically invented that whole thing where servants are weaker in Lostbelt 6. Because of Tristan. Because basically every other character in Lostbelt 6 is not affected by that. Because they say Da Vinci and Mash aren't affected by it. Because they're pseudo-servants. Which that makes no sense. That doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't see why that would matter. And then, like, the, you know, Sith, Burgist, and the Lolly Dragon and all that, they're not servants there. They're not dead yet. Yeah, the Camelot movies nerfed Tristan as well, and a big part of that is because 100 Face isn't in the movie. Tristan is supposed to fight 100 Face, Serenity, and Curse Arm all at the same time. But they couldn't be bothered to animate 100 Face. That's why she got cut. I don't know why the fuck they cut Rice Man. Coda. Nice refund, nerd. Yeah, I know, but oh my god, I was gonna say I can do my skill, but now I have to wait 5 turns. Fuck you, game. Well, time to see blue press blue just because. That sucks, dude. Wait, what about Fate Samurai? Yeah, I heard there was gameplay on YouTube. I haven't really seen it. I want to look at it though, because from the trailer, the combat looked really floaty. It didn't look that good. When the boss stalls, indeed. Guess I just save my invulnerability until Guts goes off. Oh, I think we have to fight a Reshigal before we fight Batman. I think that's coming up really soon, actually. I think Lostbelt 7 would have felt a lot better gameplay-wise if the fights with the Reshigal were real fights. Like how Batman's a real fight. I don't even know why they're not. I think that would have been a really, really big improvement. Because, like, Batman is a good boss. And Ogla, as the very first stage, is a very good boss. It's a great boss. Like, Batman and Ogla are really good, and the Ord experience is really enjoyable, but there's not a lot else other than that. I still like Lostbelt 7 overall, though. It's still fun, but it could have been better for sure. Yeah, they're basically just there to show off Cuckoo. Yep. Yeah, Taz is just annoying. And then the stupid water fights are really dumb. I don't know if this is buff block one time or if it's an offensive or defensive buff blocks. It's kind of a problem. I think I do this. Alright, good enough. So you have a hidden Guts here, but I want to win without it, because that Guts that procced earlier was not the gimmick. That was my skill. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you have a hidden Guts here. Make the fight a lot easier, but winning without it is far more satisfying. Although I'm about to be debuffed here. Sucks. I think I'm going to get skill sealed, which means I can't cast my Guts again. Oh, nope. He didn't do it. You fool! Okay, he buff blocked. God damn it. And I still can't NP. Well, I might as well try it. And I don't know if it's... Yeah, no, you can't get it. We got rid of the debuff, so it's still a positive, but we might have to... The Guts might proc here. Triple crit, come on. 30, 70, 100. Not what I wanted to see. Well, at least we got the double. Not enough. Of course you crit, you piece of shit. Okay, we technically didn't have guts go off. Obviously, we got lucky there with him not attacking more, but he did crit. And then we had gotten unlucky with him casting buff block 3 turns in a row. Finally, I can NP. I would say overall the RNG there was neutral. Yeah, I know. We could have used the charge skill to got rid of it, but we don't have anything there, so. Oh yeah, LOL is the key phrase. That's funny. That's Sanson, though. This background reminds me of Nagrand from World of Warcraft chat because I'm a boomer. And I guess just Draenor from Warcraft 3, and it's even older. Man, when did Warcraft 3 come out, the original? Let me see here. That came out in July, so same month as FGO, 2002. Man, I hate that Blizzard is such a disgraced company. They're actually one of the most hated devs on the planet, and rightfully so. They deserve it. They've done so many terrible things, and it's so absurd. But they used to be fine, and they used to make awesome games, right? They used to be like such a beloved developer, and now they're like the most shit show. It's crazy how they turn that ship around. They're like, wow, we're such a beloved company with a great track record. Not if I can help it. And yeah, now they're an absolute like mockery, dude. Microsoft might fix it. They actually have fixed some other studios. Microsoft's got their own shit show problems, but Microsoft's been making some decent decisions in the last like 5 or 6 years, so we'll see. Like, there's really only one way to go for that company, and that's up. So and Activision is just such a terrible company that yeah, I hope Microsoft takes over. It looks like they will. The whole trial is just bullshit. It's basically Sony just getting in their way to be annoying. Like, they have no argument that makes any sense. Like, literally, Sony owns more companies than Microsoft does. It's so dumb. Like, the arguments they're trying to use to say that Microsoft shouldn't be able to buy Activision Blizzard, those arguments they could apply to themselves, to most of the companies they've bought. It's such a dumb thing, dude. Sony's basically just trying to waste their time and their money. I think they know they're not going to succeed. They're just doing it to be a thorn in their side. Yeah, I love having to use a bunch of units that, look at this. What is even the point of this? That's so dumb. So dumb. You don't get to pick anything here. It's just their units. Thanks, game. What a joke. Whatever, go with that. The thing is, Sony knows a lot of the stuff they're saying is full of shit, but it's a game, right? They're playing their cards in the way that they think is gonna be most optimal, even though they know they're full of shit, right? And that's how it is. But yeah, it's very unlikely that they're gonna be able to stop Microsoft from buying them. But who knows? Maybe Blizzard will become worse. It's hard to get worse, honestly. Although I said that about DW, and here we are. Chat, it really is something. We thought DW was rock bottom, with them like never updating anything, super slow pace, never adding good like permanent additions to the game, and never fixing the new player experience. So many, DW was so bad. And I thought that was rock bottom, but then they were like, they pulled out their super special shovel, and they're like, we can go deeper. And now it's basically all the same things, but we get slightly less content, and now we don't get animation updates. So, yeah, they dug deeper, chat. We're trying to make it to the core of the earth right now to burn ourselves alive. Oh, man. Chat, I don't even know what to think about this upcoming anniversary. And I want it to be good, but I don't really have any reason to think that it will be good. I'm hoping, though. Oh, my God. Like, please surprise me. Man, freaking, Saber Gilles de Rey's not getting an animation update really shows where their priorities are at this point. 20% crit rate on the Buster card. Up to 40 thanks to Rainbow Chain. That's pretty bad. Oh, she got it anyway. Her new voice lines are just so out of place, dude. Oh my god. It would make more sense if you unlocked the voice lines after Lostbelt 7, but the fact that she's saying them now don't make any sense. I blame Gura for this. I wonder if I can insta-death this guy. Let's find out. Yep, managed decline, boys. Yeah, events lasting a month that you can finish in a week. It's great. Oh, insta-death. Fantastic. This background's pretty cool. Reminds me of that new zone in Genshin. They're like desert. Genshin's got problems, but they do. Why you gotta NPC again? Mr. Zeets, thank you for the 15 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Or Zats, excuse me. All these suckers giving me their money just as planned. But, you know, I appreciate it, guys. I really do. Let's see here. Yeah, the next event is probably going to go until the anniversary. That does sound like them, absolutely. Back in the day, we would have gotten like a rerun and then an event, right? And then the anniversary. But, yeah, that's not happening. Maybe it'll be if it's a good event and then we sail into the anniversary. I mean, that would be nice, right? And here's the thing, you can make it an event that is worthy of a month. Like, add content like the memorial fights, right? And make them replayable, right? Do stuff like that, right? Like, fuck, man. Like, there's a lot of things you could do to make an event worth playing for a month, but they never do any of that shit. How long is this NP seal? 4 turns. They really like this gimmick. Man, that thunder outside is nuts, man. It's made my house shake. The anniversary is technically July 30th, but they're not consistent about when they actually do it. Sometimes they do it a little bit before July 30th. Normally not, though. Sometimes they do it on July 30th, but normally they do it sometime in August for some fucking reason. So yeah, we'll just have to see. They are not consistent. Might as well do the Buster up, even though there's no chance of critting here. You know, I should have done the quick card first. That 20% chance would... Oh my gosh, how did she just crit there? What the fuck? Mash did not want to suffer a snake to live, dude. Gave him the black barrel. And Hickey Neat, thank you for the 27 months. Smash, smash, indeed. She hates snakes. A lot of people do. Man, I don't have a lot of AP on this account. I need to do something about that. Gotta remember to log in when I'm not streaming and make blue apples. Alright, surely a Reshigal is soon. Blue apples are a really nice addition. Oh. Are you allowed to, like... I guess you can bring yours, but that's it. Why even bother with this, man? What is wrong with them, dude? At least they don't do this for, like, the major boss fights. Like, thank God they didn't do this for Ort. Dude. Holy shit. If they had done this for Ort... Like that, what do you even? That would just be so fucking ridiculous, dude. Like, I don't have an emote for that. No, they don't. They don't for Bat Guy. I think that maybe one unit might. No, I don't think so. I think there's a test fight with Bat Guy. They do that, but the actual fight with Bat Guy is, just normal. Pretty much all of the major boss fights in here, they didn't do it. And I think they might. I think they've learned from Lostbelt 6 not to do that and just do it for like the stupid bits. Because they don't do it for Ort, they don't do it for the fight with Ogla at the start, and that's a real boss fight. I don't think they do it for Bat Guy. So any of the major fights, they didn't do it. So hopefully they'll at least do that, but I still don't enjoy it. I like using my characters, imagine that. She's still not allowed to NP. One day. I would like to Nidocris ult the normal way, but this starting hand is not good for that. %, let's go. Nice. These guys are pretty crazy looking. Do I need... I really want to do those 2 art cards. The thing is, I could Brave Chain with Cuckoo and maybe kill one of them. But, NP gain is nice. Okay, we'll do that without the 10 stars. I could meet in the middle and do the rainbow chain. Let's do that. That way you get more crit chance and you actually get more NP gain for the 1 card. Oh yeah, 6.5. Oh god, that was not a good gameplay story at all. The premise was kind of cool, but a bit wasted, but... There was nothing fun gameplay-wise there other than Moriarty. Moriarty is the only good boss. And I guess Cream Hill does okay. Like, Cream Hill is decent, but... so bare bones. So much filler. I think Ordeal Call was better. Or Ordeal Call 1. I think it was definitely better than 6.5. Because they had the monster fight with Saber-Gilius' monster wasn't like that good, but it was kind of a boss fight. And then Saber Medusa was a real boss fight. Landling was a real boss fight. Obviously Durga and Kale are a real boss fight. So I think there's one other real boss fight in there. So it wasn't too bad, honestly. I don't think 6.5 is the lowest point. Like, I mean, it was low, but I don't know if it was the lowest. I mean, Septum exists. Pretty hard to get lower than that. Do I want to NP here? Don't think it's necessary. I agree that the story was probably better in 6.5. Like, the premise was really neat, but the gameplay was bleh. And 6, you know, 6 was really low for me too. I don't like 6 at all. I mean, Fluffy, I will say Fluffy, when you beat Fluffy, that's a higher high than pretty much anything else, and that's a big thing. But everything, like the only fights in Lostbelt 6 that matter is Woodrose, Morgan, and Fluffy. That's it. And for how many time gates and obnoxious shits in the way, that's not very good. Morgan is a good boss fight though. Like Morgan is a fun boss fight, absolutely. And Fluffy is a hell of an experience. He's kind of overtuned, but it's still very satisfying to beat it. Yeah, Woodrose could use one more break bar. He's still a fun fight. He's certainly fun with budget, but like non-budget, he's too easy, I would say. All right, do the insta-death up. Guess I'll save the attack up here. Make some stars. Oh yeah, and I guess fucking Vortigern is a decent boss fight. It's just very underwhelming when he's right after Fluffy, and Fluffy was just this crazy fucking hard boss fight. And then, you know, Vortigern is just kind of whatever. But it was fine. It was still fun. All right. You can insta-death these, but I think the odds are really bad. Nice crit rate mash. Not much crit rate going on here. Yeah, Morgan is not like the hardest fight ever, but it's a fun fight. It's certainly, you know, effort is required. It's nothing compared to Fluffy, though. Morgan's pretty hard for budget, though. Like, that gimmick at the end is pretty hard to deal with. Once you know about it, though, it's not too bad, and you can, like, use Taunt to increase your RNG massively, and then just try to, you know, one-shot her after that, and that's pretty doable. Everybody gets evade. One hit. I can give Mash a 30% crit rate. Well, good luck. %30 chance for greatness. Nope. That'd have been awesome, but we already had some lucky crits earlier. The thing is that like, figuring out how to use Oberon is no justification for doing all the forced story supports, because you could have just done that without it being forced. I'd rather have the option to do something interesting myself instead of the game making me do something specific. Because if I wanted to use Oberon, I could just use Oberon anyway. Especially in the grand scheme of it, because you could just put Oberon on the team, and that's that. You don't need all the other stuff. Like that's the thing. That's like the point of the game. Right, and there's really no disputing this, because it's just the way the game is designed, is like unlocking your own units and using your own units and making up your own synergies and having fun with the team building and stuff. That's literally the game. So anytime they fuck with that, it's just bad. Like, whenever people defend Lostbelt 6 stuff, they have to come up with all this nonsense that's like nothing to do with FGO and or things that you could do without forcing it. Like, and if you wanted to have done that in your own time, you could have, right? There's no reason for it. What the fuck am I doing here? Man, our ability to do damage right now is pretty blah. All right, let's just make stars for later. A little loud on the music there. The thing is, you don't have, they designed it that way though. You can't defend that with, well, Oberon's not available yet. They're the ones that decide that. So it's like, if you want to design a good story or gameplay experience, you know, that it's up to them. That's like when you make a problem and you sell the solution, right? You're not actually helping. Okay, can I get a godforsaken crit here? Probably should have saved that star bomb for when Mash had a buster card when I think about it. Just watched the movie, I want more. It was pretty awesome. I mean, I have a few small gripes with it, but nothing major, right? The Aya thing they didn't do very well with, and stuff, but overall, I very much enjoyed it. Rip Mash. Like, the small gripes I had pale in comparison to how bad it could have been, so I'll take what we got. Oh, see ya, Ziggy. Alright, this is sure taking a second here. It's because the team they give you is so trash for it. Bad deck shuffle. I don't think the anime is gonna be that far off. If it's anything like Case Files, it'll be fairly soon. I'm not sure if they gave a date for it or not. I need to look into that. I thought they did, but I might be crazy. So, did they show the movie at Anime Expo and then announce the TV anime, like, to the people at Anime Expo? Is that what they did? I really am surprised, though, that they premiered it in America. They historically haven't had a... Well, I guess it probably wasn't up to Type Moon. That was probably Aniplex. Like, Aniplex tries to do well in the West, just Type Moon doesn't. Yeah, they showed it, the dubbed version, and they showed it in America first. And I don't know if they announced, though, the anime before that or after that. I'm not really sure how that worked exactly. Alright, I mean, honestly, Cuckoo can probably just kill this. There we go. Yeah, the dub dropped before the sub, actually. It's one of the first times that's ever happened. But both are out now, I'm pretty sure. People were so mad about that, though. It was crazy. You should have seen, like, the comments on Crunchyroll. All these, like, dub haters were, like, freaking out that it started in dub. But yeah, it's because they premiered it in America, and then they released it right after. Well, to be fair, some of them probably didn't know that the Japanese version was coming out later. And also, that a lot of people are just really Puritan about that kind of stuff. So, like, you know, it's dumb shit. It was funny, though, because it came out sooner than we thought. Because we were expecting the Japanese, like, release schedule to be, like, the global premiere, but it actually wasn't. Yeah, a pirate site probably had it just from, like, recording it at the expo. But they released it pretty quickly after the expo, I'm pretty sure, so... I watched it legit, though. I know not a lot of the money actually goes to the production, which sucks, but I want to support it as much as I can and whatnot, so yeah, I watched it legally. I'll buy it on, you know, Blu-ray or DVD or whatever if Aniplex releases it at a reasonable price, which they oftentimes don't. For some reason, you know, all the other animes will release, you know, box sets and stuff at totally normal, reasonable prices. And then when they release a box set, it's just like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars. So, yeah, we'll see. Like K&K, and this is like before inflation, right? It was like $600 or $700, dude. And that was a long time ago. So in today's money, it'd be even more than that. This timing works out for me, though, because I bought Crunchyroll to watch the first season of Gundam, and then I terminated it, and I didn't watch season 2, and then now that I've got Crunchyroll for Fake Strange Fake, I'll just watch season 2 now. I was wanting to wait to do season 2 until it was finished anyway. They're really trying to hype up the costume there. I don't even remember why. Oh, yeah, I think she just got altered by Bat Guy. It just didn't work because she's a god. Like, he couldn't control her. Oh, right. When she's in gameplay, she's got the cape thing. They probably just did that to match the skeleton work. I completely forgot about that. I don't really see anyone use the costume, to be honest. It'll be interesting to see like how the pacing is when you watch it, you know, in a shorter time frame. Hey, look, I don't get to pick my team again. How fun! I know Cuckoo like flies off into space, but I don't remember if she fades away. They never show her. I have read that bit twice because I can never remember what happens. But you know, she flies off. Yeah, she flies into space or whatever. But I think she's gonna fade away. I think she just flies off so you don't see her die. She's trying to, you know, not be sad or whatever. I have to look again though. I can't remember. But I'm pretty sure she dies because, you know, the sun exploded. But I know you do not see her fade away on screen at any point. But yeah, she just flies off. But I think it's implied that she's gonna die. And then obviously she ends up being summonable and she keeps all of her memories, so... That's been pretty standard though. Gods have pretty much always kept their memories. Like, Ishtar pretends she doesn't, but she's obviously lying. And that's just been pretty consistent. And like Canis is a god, and Canis has her memories and so on and so forth. Most gods do. And I think even Uriel has her memories from Oceanus and stuff. Yeah, Iron Giant. Yeah. Yeah, Scatty does. I think everyone knows that one. That one's like a big thing. Yeah, Canis is a god. Kind of in a weird roundabout way, but not exactly a god. Canis is a divine spirit, specifically. It's a little different. A lot of servants will like have like vague memories, and they remember things if it's unbelievably important, right? Like if it's something that rocked them to their core, right? And like something can be so impactful that it like affects their saint graph or whatever. But that very rarely happens. But they normally will remember like vague feelings and things like that, but nothing too specific. But gods just always remember everything. But it's because they're gods. So you know, they're not following the same rules and stuff. But yeah, gods seem to always remember when they get summoned. And then Gilgamesh can remember his summons if he wants to, but he doesn't normally decide to. But he's got a noble phantasm that he can look into any other parallel like timeline and share the memories of the other Gilgameshes that have been summoned and stuff. So if he wants to get the memories from like Fate Strange Fake or whatever, he can, but he just normally doesn't choose to. And it's actually based on an actual like ability he has, like with him dreaming and seeing into the future and stuff. And they actually had implied that he could do that all the way back in Fate Hollow. So in Fate Hollow, he uses that Noble Phantasm, but they don't tell you what it does. And when you play like a card game with him, it allows him to see your hand. But they don't really go into detail about why and what it can do and stuff. But it's like a Noble Phantasm they just mention he has. But then also, all the servants in Fate Hollow don't have their memories from Fate Stay Night initially. But Gilgamesh does. And they don't explain why. He just, from the very get-go, he already remembers all the routes of Fate. And there's a part where you're kind of worried that he's going to like, take revenge on you. But he doesn't. He's like, eh, it's fine. I don't give a shit. But yeah, they eventually explained it that it's that Noble Phantasm that he has, and it's EX rank for God's sake. So cheating at cards, absolute scum. Yep. I think it's Kid Gil at the time, so he's more like mischievous. He probably wouldn't have done it as an adult actually, but Kid Gil's kind of a shitter like that. All right. I think this fight is like some gimmicky nonsense where you can't really lose. Or some such. I mean, I'm sure he would justify it with the cards belong to him anyway. But yeah, it's actually one of the older Noble Phantasms that they've confirmed Gil has, and it's, funnily enough, I think some of the first things that are... I guess Gate of Babylon is the first NP it's ever confirmed that Gil has. But, let me think. The first scene with Gilgamesh is in the Fate route. Oh, it's when he kills, Medea, right. So, I guess whatever generic swords he used there, but he doesn't really display any effects there. I think the first time Gil uses NP effects is when he fights Saber on, like, her date night. And he does, like, the freeze, like the space freeze and, like, the teleporting sword and stuff like that. Those are, like, the first ones you ever see. I don't know if that's a hot take. I mean, most people don't like Phantom from FGO that much, unfortunately. That's probably the norm. I guess the difference would be Phantom from Arknights is just less known because the game is less known. But, I'd say proportionately, he's more popular. How do I want to do this turn? I could Rainbow Chain, but I can also do this. Kind of want to give the Amash the attack up just to see what her damage is like. Alright, Mash, what you got? 88, not bad. Phantom has no screen time, he's really bad, and it is kind of a different design that I don't think people were expecting and stuff. Oh, hi, guys. Yeah, there's a lot working against him. Well, nice quick charge gimmick, by the way. Well, Cuckoo don't care. Where we got Nidochris killed, and she could have done her insta death and all that. Why you gotta crit me like that? Wasn't his lightning blue when you fought him in the event when he crit? Or am I crazy? Let's see, I guess Rainbow Chain. I'm pretty sure normally he only has the 4 legs. It's not normal what she's doing. I think Hassan can show up when the enemy does it. Yeah, these are like constructed legs or some nonsense. This song is so good. And it's so hard to get this song to play in Arknights. It's just a map theme for like one hallway for a specific ending in the roguelike. And of many roguelike game modes, only one of the modes. Man, I hate Lolly Da Vinci. One of my least favorite characters in the game, honestly. Am I supposed to kill the... I guess I'm supposed to kill the legs here, which is kind of stupid because they don't let you use Cuckoo's NP. And there's so much RNG if your side characters are going to live or not, with them being able to attack that many times. I think you only have to kill one of them. I don't even like Big Da Vinci that much, but I like Big Da Vinci a hell of a lot more than Kid Da Vinci. That looks pretty wild. Come on, game. Yeah, I think she has more damage resist the more legs are alive or something. Rip buffs. I mean, if we can't use our NP, we might as well do that for the evade. Roadkill, let's go. I don't trust her driving. Look how unsturdy this thing looks. Like wiggling and stuff. Out of control. And it just comes back. Might end there though. Maybe it ends with the NP, I don't know. Steph. Actually, they might make you lose here, because I know you lose lore-wise. Cuckoo grabs the master and you go off, then you come back and she's gone Super Saiyan and it's a whole thing. Punch the 34K one. Well, poor Herpatrot. I like her. Why couldn't Herpatrot, like, replace Da Vinci, right? Can we just do that? That seems better. Yikes. Look at all this death. Yeah, there we go. Everyone has to die but Cuckoo. I wonder if Cuckoo dies if you lose. Okay, now I think it's the scripted fight where Cuckoo smacks Ereshkigal in the face. This really should have been a real boss fight, though. I need to play Neo 2 at some point. This song is from Neo 1, and that was a really fun game. The real thing that makes me not want to play it is the first game, you could, like, have, you know, medieval armor and stuff, and that was nice. And in the second game, everything is weeb stuff, and I just don't want to play it because of that. I've heard it's got, like, more variety with the boss designs, though. At the end of Neo 1, they kind of just start using NPCs for everything, and it's not the best, but I still enjoyed Neo 1 a lot, though. But yeah, the fashion in Neo 2 is pretty bad. Not a fan. Alright, I'm pretty sure we're actually allowed to NP now. Could battery right now, but I don't think we need to do that. Make some stars. She would be so bad if she didn't have her passive, though, to make the 10 stars every turn. Which I don't think you had up until this stage, actually. I didn't pay attention, but I think you get that passive here. Some people thought she wouldn't have it when she was playable, but she does. Do I want the extra damage stuff but lose the stars? Probably. It sucks we'll not crit this turn, but... I think I rainbow then. Time to give her the giant slap. Green giant, by the way. I wish they had drawn this. Like, you would only have to draw it a few times, like, from the angles they do. It's so lame they didn't. Like, it's not the worst, like, 3D render they've done, but it would look so much better if they just drew the damn thing. I have no idea what weapons I would use. Tonfas are alright, but they're not my favorite by any means. You know, I'm more about axes. The axes wasn't, like, that fun in Neo 1. It was alright, but... that was a good game, though. I really did enjoy it. Man, these guys are all gonna die. Let's be honest. Oh, I think they removed my buffs. You fucks. I spent stars for those. How dare you? Yeah, she's got resistance based on these guys being alive. I don't think dual hatchets were in Neo 1. I don't think so. I remember like dual katanas was in, and although I don't like katanas, they were pretty fun. Well, they're all dead. Goddamn. This fight is just designed for Cuckoo to wreck a Chagall. Like, they give you debuff immunity and pierce invulnerability there. I wonder if they'll make her quick charge when you break. It's a very them thing to do. Alright, chat, yes or no? Will we see the Lostbelt Kings again before 2.0 is over? That's a mixed bag right there. I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say yes. But we really don't know what the finale is gonna be like, so we'll just have to see. Let's see here. Really wish she had not removed our buffs, though. Kind of a killjoy, that. Here's the thing. This is what gives me pause. Obviously, they want the finale to be big, special, and fancy, right? Like Solomon was, obviously. But you don't want to just make it a copy of Solomon. You want it to be unique, right? So, yeah, it's difficult to say how they're going to do it. I mean, nothing is really irrelevant because of time. I mean, Nasu talked about stuff like years ago that are just now happening and they're still accurate, so. Although he did change Lostbelt 6 a lot when he got around to it, so. Alright, let's go for the triple. Well, that was easy. We barely even lost HP. And this turn we're doing massive overkill. That's a lot of green. Chat, I remember before like, I read a translation or anything, when I was watching Kairo's stream, and when stage 2 Cuckoo was on the screen, I remember, and we were just talking about Ort, and I remember we were talking about like how Ort's, colors and stuff in FGO are different. And then I saw stage 2 Cuckoo on the screen, and I was like, wait a minute. That's Ort's original colors. And I'm like, oh god, she's Ort related, isn't she? And then she was. But yeah, I remember I wouldn't have even thought about it if I wasn't in Kairo's stream like that. But I was like, wait a second, that's literally Ort's colors on Cuckoo right there. I was like, that's not a coincidence. And it wasn't. I mean, Zeus showing up could be awesome depending on, like, you know, what the context is. Because, you know, Lion King was way stronger than most of the servants showing up, but then they just kind of relegate her to murdering, you know, a section of the map. It is funny, though, that, like, some of the servants really struggle with the demon gods and stuff, and then some of them don't at all. Like, Edmund just, like, solos one of the demon gods, like, super easily on his own, and I'm pretty sure the Camelot people wreck theirs quite easily. I mean, half the Lostbelt kings wrecked their own Lostbelt, to be honest. Like, Cuckoo literally blows her own Lostbelt up. And, she's not alone in that. Like, Mothman sides with you, ultimately. I know there's another one, and even Scatty is implied to, like, know that her Lostbelt needs to be destroyed. And she, like, holds back and stuff. Obviously, she's torn up about it, but, like, she knows it needs to be done. I think there's another Lostbelt, too, where the Lostbelt King turns on their own Lostbelt to an extent. I'm forgetting half of the kings right now, though. Arjuna's weird. That's a whole thing. All right. The hell are we doing right now? Been so many stages like this. Why do they, like, why is this an option when you can do, like, what? This makes no sense. Hercules, by the way. And Hercules. I need to do Leonidas's buff quests. Pretty useful for an account like this. So this account must have used Enkidu for Fluffy, because I actually remember this account beat Fluffy quite easily. But when I look at it, it has a lot of... Even though it has a pretty small roster, it has a lot of things that are applicable to Fluffy. Tristan's really good for Fluffy. Enkidu's really good for Fluffy. Ku's really good for Fluffy. Asclepius is really good for Fluffy. David's pretty solid for Fluffy. Like, it has pretty much what you need, even though it's such a limited account. Oh, I'm sure the main cast will have to do in the finale as well, but that doesn't mean that you're not gonna have people coming back like they did in Solomon. But I mean, they might want to do something new. That might be too sameo if they do that again. Just because you have focus on the main cast, because they focus on the main cast in Solomon, but you know, you still summon the other servants and stuff. So these things are not even remotely mutually exclusive. But, yeah, I'd say the biggest thing that might prevent them from bringing stuff back is just not wanting to be so much like Solomon. Like, they might want to mix it up more than that. So we'll just have to see. Just really nothing worth bringing here. I loved the Solomon chapter when it dropped on JP, and like none of it got leaked, and you know, it was time gated in a pretty reasonable way. You know, there's pretty short time gates, and I'll never forget though. I was sick as fuck. I had gotten like a cold a bit prior, which was nothing, but I got a sinus infection from it, and it was a really bad one. So I was completely out of commission from like work and things like that for a good while. And I was pretty fucking miserable, but it was nice having like Solomon come out while I was sick and like in bed. But I was up because of that. I would like sleep and wake up at really weird hours and stuff. And so like as soon as Guadia came out, right when his time gate was up, you You know, I was there like the second, you know, it happened and stuff, and that was really fun. And yeah, it was just really fun to see it unfold and see what was happening. You know, because we didn't know what Guadia looked like and all these things. Like, it was awesome. I really, really enjoyed it. In A, you know, it already happened, and a lot of it had already been spoiled and stuff. But on JP, it was all, like, unknown. And, yeah, it was a good time. I remember using Ryder Kentucky for the first time during that. And, I just thought it was so funny that he changed the background music. So you had all this, like, dramatic, serious stuff fighting demon pillars. And you're turning them into roadkill with, Kentucky. Alright, no need to taunt yet, because we can evade on the first turn here. Not exactly the opening hand I was looking for. I mean, the main cast size doesn't matter at all. It just doesn't mean anything. Again, these are just not mutually exclusive. Like, you could have easily... It's not like half the cast even did anything in Solomon really meaningful anyway, like screen time-wise. You know, you literally could have tripled the main cast size during Solomon and it would have changed nothing. Like, nothing changes whatsoever. It's not hard to have, like, Da Vinci say some throwaway line like she's important. That's generally all she does anyway. One reason, though, I'm always a JP main. It's so much more exciting when things aren't known and you're seeing it drop and talking about it, you know, with the initial stuff, instead of it being 2 years old. Like, I have no interest in maining in A at all, like, zero. Like, I don't need to read what this B's name is, right? Like, generally, I don't even take advantage of the game being in English when I am playing in A. We'll do some C red, press red. To be fair, the T-Rex isn't standing up straight. Now, obviously, it's not a creature that would stand up straight. Doesn't really work that way, but, Herc is a big boy, though. How many hits of invulnerability does this thing have? Well, I can get rid of them all. Dude, their attack animation is so silly. I guess I could have killed the 11k one, but... Oh, baby, 31k, no crit. The sound effect on that thing sounds like a super fast buzzsaw or something. I actually don't remember what their crit animation is. Out of the dinos put on their clothes. Probably other dinosaurs using their mouth or some nonsense. Also, like, they can use their arms, and even there, like, their arms are a bit bigger than what you'd expect of a T-Rex normally. Like, you could use those arms to do a good amount. Man, Qin Gong is still alive, and Herc hasn't even lost HP. I'll save that. I guess we just get rid of the shield. Hey, Star. Come on, crit. Nope. What's the damage? I just buffed the wrong Hercules. God damn it. Well, it'll, that Buster card will still do good damage. We get the defense down. Man, I messed that up. $40,000. I mean, we would have died either way. I think if I had the attack up on the NP, I probably would have attacked the raptor there. Oh, there's the crit animation. Some kind of headbutt or something. I kind of want to put it in slow-mo and see, because he's got crit up. We might actually be able to make sense of that. See red, press red. Man, you can see the level difference affecting the damage there. Chop, chop. I like the green. That is so strange. He like he makes energy in his mouth, and then he kind of just headbutts you. So what? You think he's gonna like shoot a laser out of his mouth or bite you or something? That is so weird. I don't even know why he bothers bad breath energy, but he doesn't even breathe on you. He just like makes it, puts it in his mouth, and then he just head slams you. Very, very strange. Atomic headbutt. Godzilla would approve. Like, seriously, what the hell, dude? You know, I'd love to see his NP animation. I don't remember it offhand, but I don't think there's any way to keep him alive here. Damn. Mob animations can be fun to check out. Chat, we still are not at Bat Guy. Holy crap, dude. Misdirection, yeah, he's distracting you. So, Ort is like chapter 20 or 19 or whatever. I mean, Bad Guy's gotta be soon because you gotta fight Taz a bunch of times and Daybit and stuff. I think Daybit is literally the fight right before Ort though. Which we will obviously just do the cheese where you don't summon as many servants. Because fuck that. That is such a dumb fight if you don't do that. Just a straight berserker. Ay, 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 they do this a lot though. What do I want to use? Fuck it. I don't have command codes and all this stuff though. Hold on, I gotta fix that. Crap, I don't have my main account up. Hold on. This for Pride, we gotta have the command codes on there. It's good to fix it up anyway, so he's not just sitting there on my support list messed up. I think I need to log into my main account anyway. I haven't done that today. Also, I might be able to buy an upgrade in the skill tree, but I kind of doubt it. Like 17 or 18? That's farther in than I thought. I swear he's got to be a little bit sooner than that because I don't think there'd be enough time for all the Tez, whatever his name is, stuff. Yeah, I would think it'd be like 15 or 16. That was Transistor. I forget that song name, but it's from the game Transistor, which is the same people that made Hades and Bastion. I never played that game. That's the one game from them that I never played. But yeah, I played Bastion when it first came out back in the day. Loved it. Oh, I gotta use up my capsules there. Gotta be... Oh, are they giving out 30 SQ from that, the login thing? I'll take that. You know, I don't keep a lot of the promotional craft essences, but I'll probably keep that one. Might keep it in second storage, though. Soon. One day we'll do Richard versus Richard. It'll be great. So people are always like, the dragon can't be Richard because he says his name in the story. He actually doesn't. He says it's so-and-so's workshop. He didn't say that he is so-and-so. That could be his father, chat. Could be his uncle. Could be his boss. You don't even know. They're both sabers, true. Alright, I don't know if I need that much burn, but... don't think it'll matter too much. Not everyone names their son Junior, by the way. Like, I don't have the same name as my father. Although, funnily enough, my middle name means I'm the son of my father, so there's that. But that's my middle name, so it's not the same. Let me do one of these real quick. Just, actually, let me... well, or the game could crash, but I want to check on how much blue dust I got. If I wanted to, I could use all 9 capsules and get 90. So that's a good chunk of a skill there, but I'll see how close I am to getting an upgrade. Because the next upgrade is 5% NP damage, which is pretty nice. Can we have Henry V in FGO, guys? Can we do that? I'm so concerned, though, because the only time they ever mention Henry V is, like, the Shakespeare version, which is stupid. I'm just so worried that they're gonna act like Henry V can only be a wraith, because most of Shakespeare's creations can only be wraiths and not heroic spirits, which is completely ridiculous, because Henry V is a real king and he's England's most famous king. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Way down here. I've only got 140. So I could get to 230 if I wanted to. I need 250. So even if I used every single capsule, I still can't get this upgrade. Although I can get it soon. Let me just start a stage though. Okay, then I'm gonna BRB real quick, chat. Gotta take care of something in real life real fast. Is she at Bond 5 yet? Yes, okay, I need to switch that out. I think it was or Spindo or T-Rex mommy. There's she. Where's Spindo? I hate this UI. I cannot believe you can't filter by berserkers like you do in Arknights. It's just so fucking stupid. Jesus. Okay, he'll get quite a bit done here, but yeah, I gotta get more of those bond points for the skill tree. Alright, that's enough of that. Back to Lostbelt 7. And now I will be back. Okay, command codes actually update on their own, so hold on, let me make the team here. Shut up my other account. There we go. Okay, now I'll be right back. For a second there, I thought you never heard of Henry V, and I was like, what the hell? All right, I'm back. So it always annoys me that Joan of Arc is often put on like the same level as Henry V, as like the French alternative or something, which is just absolutely ridiculous. Because Joan of Arc, regardless of how you feel about her, she's just a figurehead. That's it. She's just a figurehead. She did not fight. She did not do tactics. She was just a mascot, right? She's actually not way more famous. She's more famous in some places in the world, but Henry V is a very famous king, and especially in Europe, like he's England's most famous king. So, like, especially in England specifically, he's way more famous than Joan of Arc is. That being said, Joan of Arc is obviously a very well-known name, but they're both very, very famous. But anyway, she didn't do shit. She's literally just a mascot. The few times she went on the battlefield, she got shot by an archer and, you know, accomplished nothing, and she didn't even know how to fight. Where Henry V not only fought and led his troops and stuff, he was a very good tactician. Completely dominated France. They never actually defeated him. He just died because of disease, unfortunately. But his accomplishments are much, 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 much greater. No, Henry V is more popular, like, hands down. It's very, especially in England, like, hands down, Henry V is the most famous king. He's quite celebrated because he essentially made England what it, you know, what it was. I mean, there's not a lot of people that play FGO that are that versed in, like, European history, but you go to England and Henry V is very famous. Because I have a lot of friends in England, and yeah, I mean, he's hands down the most famous one. Lionheart is pretty famous, especially globally. You know, there's a big difference between, you know, local and global in terms of like perception and that kind of thing. I mean, the thing is, you shouldn't even be able to summon Shakespeare's Henry V because he's not a servant or not a heroic spirit, so he's not, shouldn't even be summonable. And the Battle of Agincourt is a real battle. What am I doing here? Well, we got sure hit. We don't have Pierce invulnerability. I guess we do the boring. Wait a minute. Why do I keep forgetting that she has Pierce invulnerability? Dear God. Gotta get that shit straight. English longbows are ridiculous, man. They really are something. And honestly, in the modern Zoomer day, I don't think a lot of Zoomers outside of England anyway, they don't really know any of the English kings at this point, I don't think. Like, I don't think they even know the difference between the Henrys or any of that. And of course, there's some youngins out there that happen to have a, you know, an interest in history and they'll know. But en masse, if you go out, like in America especially, and you go out and ask people on the sidewalk, I don't think it's going to go very well. I don't think people are going to have a fucking clue. Okay, I guess we'll use Artoria to do the 4 hits here. Yeah, I'll take the crit chance, sure. What's weird though is as the years have gone on, Irish mythology has actually gained in popularity instead of diminished. Now that's probably not going to last forever, but it is interesting. Let's see what Ku can do here. Not much crit chance, but anti-berserker. 53k, god damn, dude. That's not why they're the most peaceful. That is so nonsense. The reason it's the most peaceful generation is because they're not starving to death. They're not lacking in resources. It doesn't matter what humans don't work this way. It doesn't matter what generation of people you put on a deserted island, right? The end result is the same every time. The reason for war is overwhelmingly because people need things, or they're starving, or, you know, that kind of thing. The world is just, you don't need to do that nearly as much anymore. That's why we're generally less violent. Like, hands fucking down. Like, humans are humans, and animals are the same way, by the way. Like, when animals are in an environment where they're very well fed, be it if they're in captivity, or if they're an animal that can eat meat and plants, and they happen to be like in an area where they're just very well fed and there's no competition for food, they're not violent. They're just not, right? As long as you're not like threatening their children or anything like that, they don't seek out violence. And they're wild animals, for God's sakes. Like, bears don't seek out violence, right? They seek out food. But yeah, when bears are, you know, well fed and all that, they're generally quite peaceful. But then when they're like, oh god, I need food for the winter, then they're violent as shit. And it's the same thing for humans. When we don't have a reason to get violent and whatnot, we're just not. And the same thing for nationality. The reason why humans have nations is because we're a tribal species inherently, and as are most mammals, right? That's just how mammals are. So we're normally, you know, small groups like tribes, which are much, much smaller than a nation, right? And then, you know, some asshole figured out, if I get all these tribes together and we make a super tribe, all the other tribes won't be able to give us shit, which they're correct about. That's the thing. If you get like the whole region together and to coordinate, all the other tribes that are against you have no chance. They can't even touch you anymore, right? And now you can do whatever the fuck you want, right? And then eventually the world is like, oh shit, if you're not in a nation, you don't have a chance anymore. So then it's nothing but nations, right? And then again, now we're getting to the point where the individuals don't like want for resources as much because our agriculture is much better than it used to be. The food's way more plentiful and things like that. So people don't see the need of it. But the second there's a problem, if we start running out of water, right? If you know, one country loses like electricity, but their neighbors have it, oh baby, we're getting tribal all over again, right? It's the same shit. Because like right now, there's just no need for it. But like for example, nothing gets people more patriotic than getting invaded. I wish I was kidding, but it's just the truth. People get awfully patriotic and a lot more brotherly with their fellow countrymen the second they're in danger, right? Like, because people take it for granted. They take the safety for granted. They take it for granted that you can go outside and all the humans around you have similar enough values to you that they don't want to kill you, right? The second that goes away, people get super tribalistic and nationalistic and those kinds of things. It really is not a generational thing. It's more of just a peace thing. And also, the world has never had as many deterrents as we have right now to not go to war. Because, you know, it's more of like trade wars now, right? A lot of countries don't want to go to war with each other because it's disastrous. It's not like it was back in the olden days. But, you know, you got Russia, you know, messing with Ukraine, and China's eyeballing Taiwan and all that. So you may have a return to those kinds of things. And like I said, it'll change so fast. People, Zoomers are spoiled. I'm just gonna say it. Zoomers are spoiled. They are not used to the harsh reality of reality. And the second they're exposed to that, they'll turn into like every other fucking human. Because there ain't anything special about any of us. We're all pretty much the same when you boil it down. And when we go through similar circumstances or the same harsh environment, we pretty much all behave the exact same fucking way. All this holier than thou nonsense is just silly. Well, overpopulation isn't a direct problem, like, right now, but it's not really a good thing, because it does straight up eat resources faster than you need to, right? The planet has a finite amount of resources, that's just a fact, right? Some things can regenerate and things like that to an extent, but a lot of things don't. So even though the planet can sustain an outrageous amount of people, especially once you make these advancements in technology like we have, with like agriculture and stuff, it doesn't mean you should. Right, just because you can have, you know, 9 billion people on the planet, that doesn't, do you need them? Right, because you're just straight up eating into your resources faster. And like the problem now is like, you know, aging population where you're gonna have way more old people than young people and that kind of thing. But if you never had so many fucking people on the planet in the first place, that would not be a problem. Does this guy have 4 hits still? Yep. Kind of wanted to get that coup and peek. You know what? I'll grab it anyway. Kind of sucks. I haven't. Oh wait, Ku's got Pierce invulnerability. I forgot about that. But I haven't really gotten to show off Ku's damage here, the way this is played out. And overpopulation normally like varies in its severity based on like the region itself, that kind of thing. Because like the planet can sustain a lot of people, but that doesn't mean it's a good idea to do that. But yeah, it's not like this stuff's unique. You know, humanity goes through a lot of repeats, and we're too stupid to realize it. You know, like Rome is such a great tool in human history because it's a civilization that succeeded a lot more than you typically see. And it ends up mirroring a lot of modern stuff because of that. Like how they had like these long periods where like their civilians wanted for nothing and they hadn't like experienced war themselves, and things like that. You know, they prospered like no one else, and they made a lot of mistakes because of that a lot of countries make now, and it's actually kind of scary. But you know, you have these like ebbs and flows with how humans behave based on like how harsh their environment is. You know, how much do they have to work for food personally and things like that. And we fall into the same pitfalls, right? The stuff we do now, we've done before. It's not new. It's very rare that humans do anything that generations past haven't done. We're just too fucking stupid to realize it. One of the most, you know, famous sayings is, you know, those that fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. There's a reason, though, that saying has lasted so long. It's because it's true. But it doesn't help because people still just don't, you know, they don't learn, so. And, you know, as I get older, you know, you see like the different generations. You know, I remember when I was a kid and you see all these other people that are, you know, kids from the different generations. And they all act the same way. Like, Lost is here. Lost can back me up on this. It's every fucking youngin' generation says the same fucking dumbass shit every time. They all think they're the step forward. They all think they're better than the generations that came before them. They're all a bunch of ignorant morons that have had absolutely no life experience. And then they get a little older, then life beats the piss out of them, and then they turn into us, and they look at the new generation doing the same thing. These cycles just keep repeating, and everybody thinks they're special. It's fucking I don't know if it's funny or depressing. Maybe a bit of both. You know, generations blamed, you know, magazines in music, like generations now blame video games and so on and so forth. That kind of stuff just cycles in and out. Not to be a hipster, but I do remember when I was a kid, I remember having the thought that I thought my generation was stupider than the one that came before me, and that the next generation after me was probably going to be stupider. I had that thought pretty early on, and it was when I learned about World War II, and I saw the way that the people after World War II behaved, and I could see very clearly that the experience of World War II, you know, shook them to the core and changed fundamentally the way they looked at things. And then I could tell that my generation probably wasn't going to have that, because that, you know, we don't have that kind of great struggle and whatnot, and that was going to make us act like a bunch of ignorant, spoiled brats, which it did. I think my generation was pretty fucking stupid like that, and it just gets worse. So yeah, we're NP looping IRL. Fucking Dino Arcawade over here, by the way. Chat, Ort kills her, by the way. We always hype Ort, but he do kill a lot of people. Although it's awfully convenient that, like, I can't even remember if, like, I don't know if, like, he just goes by the area and, like, just the earth shaking makes the thing fall apart and she can't live outside of it and that just kills her, or if he actually directly runs over it. I don't remember. It'd be awfully convenient if he did directly run over it. Like, that seems somewhat unlikely, but yeah, it might have just been collateral damage. Yeah, I don't remember. I've got some teacher friends, and they're, you know, they've seen a lot of generations come and go, and they're like, yeah, they're just getting stupider. Like, they're always stupid, and they were getting dumber. It's like, oh, great. Struggle builds character, though. It just is what it is. Yeah, I'm still on Team Ort. There's not much that would get me off of Team Ort unless they just, like, ruined his design and stuff. Like, I just really like how alien he is, right? Like, they did a really good job with that. You know, he just operates very differently than, like, the regular characters in Fate. And he's supposed to be that way. And, dude, it was... You know, it was so fun, like, he kept doing everything he could to survive, right? Even when, like, you really think he's out of options, and he just kept doing things to survive. That was really enjoyable. This is not even close to the most American thing you can get in a Lostbelt. Oh my god, you can get, like, yes, they have the guns, but... Oh my god, you could get so much more American than this. Especially if you wanted to get, like, parody about it, but, like, holy shit. They're probably never gonna really do an American Singularity, though. I mean, they technically did, but there were no Americans in it, so... I mean, Ort might have the power of friendship with the moon. It's not really clear. Like, something's up with Ort where he's different than the other types. And same for the moon. That doesn't necessarily mean, though, they're in league with each other. I don't know, though. It really does seem like they are, because what they said about, like, the moon, you know, going to be the second to final bad guy of notes. And then Ort having vampiric abilities, and the moon historically gives things vampiric abilities, right? Now, that doesn't mean the moon is the only thing in the entire universe that can have vampiric abilities, right? Obviously, it's possible that Ort just has it because Ort cloud things, but it does seem awfully suspicious. There's a lot of things that lead to history repeating itself. Like, you know, lack of practical understanding is certainly part of it, but it's also a lack of caring. And a lot of people don't even know history, right? And everyone thinks, every generation, not just like in recent years, but they always think they're special. Every generation thinks they're special, and they don't think they need to learn from the past, right? Like, that's how, and a lot of people are too lazy to learn from the past. A lot of people don't value experience until they have it, right? It's just very common. You know, ignorance makes you stupid, right? So you don't know how dumb you are. I know there's a saying, I can always forget what it is. Like there's like a phrase about that, where it's like the dumber you are, the less aware you are that you're dumb, right? It's kind of like if you're unaware of your own ignorance, you don't even realize it, right? And that's just kind of how humans are. Hey, Captain. The dinosaurs, though, with the guns at the end is pretty meta. No, it's not ignorance is bliss. That's kind of means the opposite. It's the Dunning-Kruger effect. That's it. That's the one. It's where you're essentially when you're dumb, you're ignorant of your own stupidity. So it's like a cascading effect, and it's very accurate. Like a lot of people will be very ignorant of like, because here's what blows my mind is you'll have people like advocating for certain like government styles or economic policies and stuff, and they don't even bother to look to be like, wait, have humans done this before? They don't do that, right? Which you think would be the obvious thing to do, but they generally don't do that, and then so their own ignorance of the topic, you know, they end up doing like really, really stupid things. So, are the Jaguars Roman? I mean, those guys aren't human, I don't think, so I'm not sure. I'm sure you could make them Roman, though. Get Romulus or the command code in here. All right, let's see. You know, I actually want to use Jolter for some of the ruler stuff coming up, because when I did it prior, I figured that Jolter would be more than enough to deal with it, and I'd like to put that to the test. Because a lot of people shit on Jolter and act like she's super out of date. And in some situations she is, but I suspect in a practical circumstance where you're supposed to use an Avenger, I think Jolter is still going to make it a joke battle, but we'll see. What's another Avenger we could test, though? Because there's a few situations here where you fight rulers, so it's always Edmund, I suppose. Jolter AU with the new Weeb game. I would wish that, but they haven't been doing AUs, so I don't know. There's Gorgon. I don't think anyone really hypes up Gorgon as being out of date or in date. She's always kind of just there. I did Lobo some. I've done that, and Lobo did quite well. I guess there's Nobu. Yeah, there is Summer, Ares, what's her name? I don't know if she would do that well. Let me look at her kit again. She's AoE. She might be good enough, but you might be like barely getting to the finish line. Yeah, she's not great. I mean, you got some survivability and crit stuff, but the utility is not that useful, and yeah, she is AoE. She's probably good enough to get the job done, but it's probably not going to be smooth sailing, which I mean could be more interesting, I suppose. But do I want to NP these? Probably too late for that, so we'll shoot them in the face. Okay, Angra would actually be worse than the Berserker alternatives, which that's generally what you do when you're being more free to play, because you know, there's not really any good Avengers for free to play. Sorry, Antonio fans. I should have NP'd these guys, though. This is taking forever. So she, like, lights her tail on fire there and then smacks them with her tail. I'm not sure how practical that is. Just probably, like, just using mana or whatever, you know, like mana overload, but that's kind of odd. Hey, Ace. Alright, here we go. Oh, he's already got his NP, and they've got evade. Looks like one turn evade, and I don't have the... Wow, I don't have a Mystic Code. I don't know what the fuck they expect you to do here, then. I wonder how hard that's gonna hit. I actually think we lose because we're just way too low in HP there. Yeah, they want you to NP that first wave. The only way we weren't dead there is if there was like a hidden gimmick or something. Yeah, I took way too much damage. I know, Veach's story is dumb as shit, but what are you gonna do? I like how they let you pick your Mystic code when you don't get to use it. I don't think she has Pierce Invulnerability. I don't remember that. Am I crazy? She's got like the NP charge over charge or whatever. I didn't think she did. I guess we just wait. I can't NP right now because our skills aren't ranked 10. They're just making this stage awkward as fuck, dude. I think her skills aren't ranked 10. Yep, rank 8. What a joke. I like an NP next turn. Make stars. Oh yeah, the other Veach has Pierce Invulnerability. That sounds right. The Meteor NP lady. She got forgotten about pretty quick. I took way more damage on that one. Might as well make some stars here. Preferably, I don't want to kill this 15k guy because that'll make my NP hit one less target, which is less stars. Well, that was a pretty high hit count there. Okay, we are way better off than last time. Oh, right, yeah, she's healing and NP off of kills there. So yeah, you want to kill as many after the NP as possible. Yeah, you gotta be able to face tank this here. I probably should have rainbow chained. I might not actually get my NP here. That was a mistake. Oh, and she does attack down, so that's how you survive that. That's quad attack down. Even if it's 10%, that's 40%. Wow, though, that's still, wow, if he had crit, we would have died there, and there's really no way I could have played that any better. And he's fucking evading again. Really? Wow, we might be dead. Okay, I have to attack to do the attack down, so I need the AoE to kill this guy. This really doesn't do anything, but okay, we'll have so much attack down on this guy, we'll be fine. Oh, did they give me sure hit? That's cheating. The fuck is the point of that then? Like giving him evade like that. It'd been more interesting if they didn't, because in there's actually a misplay option, right? And you survive through the attack down. Yeah, I wish they hadn't done that. I was gonna have so many attack downs on this fucker. Although apparently we don't apply it anymore. That's probably because he was dead, actually. Yeah, actually, we probably were applying it. Green, remember to cheat, steal, and lie. That is not being a good influence for the youngins there, Cap'n. And then they might lie, cheat, and steal and take my stuff, right? We wouldn't want that. You gotta keep it secret. I think we might have a ruler fight here. I think someone did Hanako purple on Discord once. That was pretty cursed. It's not a team thing, chat. It's not a Power Rangers thing. But people always make it one. God, I remember when I played the PvP and the Star Wars MMO, right? Like, was it Knights of the Republic or whatever? I don't remember what the MMO was called, but it's like some variants of that. Anyway, so, you know, my first character's name was just Green, right? I just had the name Green, right? And then the way the PvP worked in that game, you could easily play at like different level ranges, and you didn't ever have to PvE if you didn't want to. So, like, if you had a friend that had a level 16 character, you could just switch to a character you had that was, like, between level 10 and, like, 35 or whatever, and you could play with them. And it was all pretty balanced and stuff. So, because, you know, I'd pretty much would always PvP, and I'd have lots of different people to play with, I just had loads of characters at different level ranges, right? And you could level up in the PvP, so it was just really easy to, like, progress by doing that. And I think it's just Knights of the Old Republic or something like that. I just remember their name's different. You had SWOTOR instead of KOTOR. I think it's Star Wars: The Old Republic. That's what it is, right? And the other, the single player games are the Knights of the Old Republic. That's what it is. It really confuses me, though. Anyway, so, you know, my original character name was just Green, and then I would make all my other characters named, like, Green something, right? Like, there was a class in that game that was an operative, so I had Green Op, right? You know, for Green Operative, right? And things like that. You know, just always Green something, right? And then my brother made a character that I think he named like Pink Power or something like that. And then Tusk, just to be a jackass, because he knew what it would look like, because we play together a lot, so the enemy team would notice you're playing together, right? So then Tusk made some character named like some color I don't remember what he named it, but he made like yellow something or whatever. So then it made it look like it was a thing, right? Like my name this whole time has just been like some stupid Power Rangers thing. Because my brother's named Pink Power, I'm like, you know, green whatever, and then Tusk, you know, was like yellow, you know, umbrella or some stupid shit. And so then all the people we'd play against just always thought that was like the point, when it was never the point. It was just, yeah, Tusk being a jackass, but, because, yeah, back then it was like, you know, a smaller community, so people would like recognize, you know, groups and stuff like that, so. And then here's a fun story. So we were in a guild that just did PvP for the most part, and there was a lot of people in it. And one time, me and Tusk made characters on the opposite faction to fight our own guild. Like we would wait for when we knew they were queuing up to PvP, and then we would queue at the same time to try to like fight our own pre-made, like fight our own, you know, guild team. And we won, by the way. We were outnumbered. It was just me and Tusk, and then they had like a full pre-made, and we still beat them. But we made a character. We named two characters where we like made the characters in the name like really weird looking. But they were both named Green Tusk, basically. And like we'd have like, you know, random E's and A's that were like, you know, with the weird spelling. And we picked the most OP class in the game. And we made the character look absolutely ridiculous. So yeah, we stream sniped our own guild without them knowing about it, and then we beat their asses. It was great. It was a good time. But yeah, we literally picked the most broken like character in the game, so we'd be able to. It's like those weird characters, right? That are like from like different languages and stuff, right? Where they use like accents, right? You have like an A with like an accent above it and stuff like that. And we would just have it where we were both Green Tusk, but the accents were in different spots and stuff. There's ones that look like, yeah, there you go. The Rice got it and stuff like that. But we made like every letter like that. That way you couldn't tell us apart very easily, right? Because if only like one letter was weird, it'd be easy to tell which one was which eventually. But we made every single letter like fucked up. One, it just looked hilarious because we made the characters look insane. And then, yeah, you could never tell which one of us you were actually fighting, so. Good times, though. Good times. That was actually a really fun PvP game. It was a very fun PvP game. I didn't really give a shit about the PvE, but yeah, the PvP was super good. But it's dead as fuck now. Also, I remember there was a rival PvP guild that had someone named Green Giant, which was just a coincidence. But that was the thing. Yeah, that's pretty much what it looked like, except that it wouldn't be a 5, it was an S. But yeah, we made them very corrupt like that, Fishy. That's pretty close. Okay. So, Archer... It's only these 6, actually. There's no other enemy. Okay, well, fuck it. Just fire everything now. So the sabers are the problem. All right, let's see what Artoria Lancer can do here. Green is a toxic color. They do use it for like poison and acid a lot. It's certainly true. Fell energy, right? That kind of thing. I think red probably gets used as bad guy stuff a lot. That's like super we almost got him, dude. So close. Yeah, green's like radioactive, poison, toxin, that kind of stuff. Then red is just like bad guy juice a lot of the time. But green is pretty rarely used as like a color for good guys. That's pretty accurate, I'd say. It's like blue, white, silver, yellow, you know, gold. That stuff's more common. Blue's big. Blue is good guy color a lot. They do use green in video games sometimes, though, for like, you know, the enemy's health bar is red and your health bar is green. That's very common. Yeah, green lightsaber, I guess that's true. Yeah, blue as well, and blue was the first one. So it was like blue versus red at first. I do like blue. It's not my favorite color by any means, but I got no beef with it. Generally, it's the world's most popular color. Like when you, like different demographics and, you know, if you're male or female or young or old and stuff, that does affect the most popular color, but overall, blue is the most popular. This is a Castlevania song. I don't remember the name. I might have to look here in a second, but I know it's from Castlevania. It's an empty tome. I would never have remembered that. Okay, I guess this is just a stupid fight because you have no control over anything. Thanks, game. Please stop doing this. Please stop soon. We're almost through the nonsense here. We're not getting to Ort today, chat. It's not gonna happen. I'll be happy if we get to Bat Boy today. Oh, God. Still got the debuff immunity. Yep, she's still trying to do that. It's weird. Anytime you have a master that's not the main character, the master skill doesn't match the speed. Like if you're in speed mode and the player character, you know, master casts a skill, it matches the speed. But like with Scion and Kadok, they don't. They're always in slow-mo no matter what you're doing. I have no idea why that is. Very weird. Probably an oversight, I would think. Well, neither Chris had a bad time there. Hmm. How much damage are we gonna do? I don't think a lot. I think he's using his own magic because it says Mage Craft there instead of Mystic Code. But, you know, it doesn't really matter. It's just Master stuff. Master Juice. Huh. Don't remember that animation. He seems to only attack Nidochris. He's got a problem. Should have already cast this, but whatever. Eventually, Nido beats her ass, but that's later, I think. Really did not need to cast that. Yeah, Kadok isn't like some god tier mage by any means, but he is way better than we are. I like how though when Wadima is trying to do his plan, it's making you a better mage for a while. That looks so funny against her. Like she just goes flying. Like it's with Ort, he only moves a little bit. Like he doesn't go out of the screen or anything like that. But you hit her with that and she's just out of there. I think you have to break this first health bar. Might die here. Oh, no. I thought it was 2 hit. Not a lot we can do right here, though. Rainbow Chain Nemo. Very powerful. Hey, Mystic, what is your name now? That looks like radioactive. So close, 13,000, man. Well, rip Nido. That sucks. If we had gotten lucky, I think we could have done it without her dying. Raspberry, yeah, it does have it's like raspberry radioactive, or radioactive raspberries. That'd be the better way of putting that. All right, time to eat the kid. Yeah, she's out of there. Alright, I presume we win right here. I wish this fight was more interesting, but... like, there are good fights in Lostbelt 7, but a lot of them are just, like, busy work. Like, you can't really lose, so it's just wasting your time. They seem to go in the right direction, though, with Ordeal Call number 1. So I think it'll be alright moving forward. We'll see, though. Lostbelt 6 was just... like, what the fuck, man? Imagine actually playing the game. Alright, maybe now we can use Jolter. One of these fights, I think, is kind of a freebie. I remember being so hopeful. Oh, no, here, we can do it. All right, we'll give her some command codes or something. Although I could use someone else's, but it's always funny to use my 2-10-2 Jolter because it generally works. However, that's not really a good way to test Jolter out, I suppose. It is a pretty sad state of affairs. I know Lost has Jolter. I don't know if he actually slots her. Well, chat, I guess we're gonna use my catastrophe of a unit. Oh fuck, I have to do this stage. But I remember I said I would make Jolter 10-10-10 if she ever got an animation update. And that was like 5 years ago now. Kinda ridiculous. I really should have used Lancelot's Stargin skill there. Guys, this is Lostbelt 7, don't worry about it. The casinos are taking over. Who knows, maybe the anniversary, they'll finally do animation updates again. But I'm very skeptical, because they just have not been doing it. I guess I'll give the crit buff to Lancelot. I don't think it really matters. I'm worried that they're just never gonna get it in gear, and we're just never getting animation updates again. I really hope that's not the case, though. Like, that would be such a shitty timeline. I don't think I need to cast some of these things, but whatever. They gotta do something for the anniversary, like... Quality of life updates would be nice. Oh fuck, I actually barely killed that. Mordred actually crits harder than Lancelot. Her new buffs are kind of wild. I don't think she's gonna get an opportunity to show that off here, though. Although I can do it just for fun. Do that. Yeah, it's pretty good, and she doesn't have the crit buff from Waver. So, how did y'all feel about English Waver for those that watched the dub of Fate Strange Fake? I thought it was fine, actually. Didn't bother me at all. Yeah, I thought the English voices were pretty good, actually. A lot of Fate dubs have felt off to me. And I didn't like Unlimited Blade Works' dub, for example. But I thought it was fine. Yeah, the shit part. He says that in the book, too. I've seen some clips from the dub, but or the sub, excuse me. And obviously a lot of those characters we already know who the voice actors are, because, you know, continuity. But I'm gonna watch the whole thing later. Alright. Well, yep, 210-2 Jolter time. I bet you she'll work anyway. I think she's strong enough that she'll get the job done. I really would like to upgrade her skills at some point, especially with her having buffs and everything. It'd be cool to see how her crits do and stuff. This is the wrong UI. How many of you? I have a fuckload of these things. Jesus. Not giving them to Jolter, though. That ain't happening. I want to save some for the Green Knight. Because, you know, that's getting added. But it'd be nice if the Green Knight came out and I could just, boom, give it to him. Let's see, how many does it take for one card? Oh, this is the, now we're in the other UI. Look, man, they said that they actually were going to use the Green Knight, right? So, it, like, back in Lostbelt 6, he originally was going to be in it. So, it's possible, right? It could happen any day. You never know. It could be like Roland, though, and we have to wait 5 years. Oh, if it's only 25 per card, well, I'm in decent shape there. What am I doing? Oh, yeah, Jolter, right? That's the thing. Pretty rare that I give Jolter, command codes. We could totally give her Yang CE. I kind of want to do that and just see the damage. I think there might be some invulnerability gimmicks in some of these fights anyway. I don't really remember. Generally, if you want maximum disgusting, though, you go with Yang CE. I should probably put a burn on an art card. Her quick card is probably her least needed. I've returned with Taco Bell. I have not had Taco Bell in a long time. But I hope your food is good. I don't eat fast food much. When I do, though, it's normally like Popeyes. And chat got me to try that. I had never had Popeyes, and chat told me to try it. And it's pretty good. And thankfully, there's a Popeyes near me that is just really good quality. They always give you the stuff really fresh. It's not like under a heat lamp or anything like that. So that helps a lot. There's another location that I tried once where they're not like that, and their food is way less fresh, and it kind of sucked. But yeah, thankfully the one I go to, they pretty much always give me it good and fresh, so nice. Yep, chicken sandwich, obviously. I've had a few things from them though. Yeah, they're pretty good. There's another chicken place I've never tried. I can't remember the name of. I think they're fairly popular as well though, but I've never tried them. I've had their fries. Yeah, I tried their fries. But yeah, they have a good chicken sandwich. It's nice. I go with the spicy. What card is this? Quick card. You could heal. That's fine. All right, that seems reasonable. Do I even have her slotted? Probably not. All right, we'll unleash the Yang CE here. That is not the right one. There it is. Just in case I forget later, let me give Ku some burn stuff so I'm not whiffing his craft essence. There's another burn in here somewhere. Did I use that one? Okay, so that one I'm not using. I think there's one other burn. That might have to do for now, though. Oh yeah, the Cha-Cha one. Although I'm loath to put Cha-Cha on a card here, that's probably worth doing. If I can find it. Nope, that's Nobu. Where's this stupid kid? Her dad is way cooler. Oh, there she is. I'll go attack defense removal. That's a good one to have on anyway. That way, if someone wants to use my coup, they're not being like super. They're a little handicapped here, but it's pretty solid. What's your overall opinion on the Face of the Night special? I've already talked about it a bunch, but I guess we'll talk about it one more time. Art good, music good, voice acting good, adaptation mostly good. You know, they rushed it a little bit because they were trying to fit the Gilgamesh and Kidu fight in there where it really shouldn't have been. But I think they wanted that for like the big, you know, climactic moment. So they had to gloss over a few things, but they didn't change anything. Like they didn't fuck anything up, but they did like cut some stuff. The only big disappointment for me was they didn't do Aya justice at all. That scene is so much better in the book and the manga, where it really shows how like Aya is pulling the whole planet into the crushing void, and then the tree is protecting the whole planet and keeping it together, and it like affects everything a lot more. You really get a sense of just how outrageously powerful Enkidu and Gil are with their Inuma Alicias there, and it just sucked. The anime just did not live up to that at all. Other than that, though, I was very happy with it, and that is a pretty big like thing to fuck up, but I was still happy, and like it could have been so much worse. Some of the Fate adaptations have been pretty blech. So overall, I'll take it. But yeah, it did suck that they fucked that up so much. But everything else was pretty good. The only other thing that I think they fucked up kind of royally was the Zealot stuff. They really didn't go into any of that, and maybe they just will later. But like what I was saying, what they should have done was just not put the Zealot in the movie at all. cut all of that and do it in the anime, like the first episode, because they didn't explain the guy wanting to wake up Ort and him being bored with life, and then like the assassin, you know, turning on him, you know, reinvigorated him and gave him motivation to live again and all that. They didn't do it. It kind of is there. If you already know his character, and so you then you know what's like behind what he's saying, you get it. But like if you don't know about him, it doesn't really make any sense. So like I think the Zealot stuff was kind of weak because of that, and they should have just saved it for later and flushed it out. But maybe they will. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, there is no main character. Like Ayaka, obviously her name, she's not the main character. They say that like as a thing, but because by the way, the writer always does that. Like their people are always talking about like in universe who the main character of Bakuno is, and the whole thing is there isn't one. But there is just no main character in Fate Strange Fake. Now who knows? Maybe that'll change at the end, but I don't think so. They're pretty far in at this point, and there's no main character. There's certainly like factions and characters that are more important, but there is no singular main character. Like Team Richard is certainly one of the, you know, more prominent, you know, parts of it, but not any more really than Sigma or any of that. So let's see. How does one support Jalter on this account? I think we do have some Star Bomb, so that's nice. There's always Mozart, honestly. That's fine. That'd be really cool if Robin Hood had voice lines for Richard. That would be fucking awesome. Sometimes it takes them a while though to do that, even when they want to, just because of like getting the voice actors in the booth and that kind of thing. So I wouldn't expect it day one, because like Richard would be more likely to have a voice line for Robin Hood day one than vice versa. God, can we have a Nottingham event, please? That'd be super cool. All right, I've got some Star Bomb CEs on this account, at least one, I think. I don't remember which one though, so I gotta try to scan the pictures, which is always miserable. Maybe I don't. I swear I do. Like the newer ones are like Bazette. There was another newer one than that. Oh, there we go. Got Calamity Jane. I might have another one in here though, but that'll do. What? It's not what I clicked. Everyone gets a K-scope. You said an event about an obscure harvest season in Japan, right? Yeah, that's pretty much what we'll get instead. I'm so sick of it, dude. I'm so sick of it. Like, it's just these stupid Japanese events over and 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 over, and when they could be doing like an English event, a French event, you know, like King Midas event, right? That'd be cool. Or you know, Sinbad, or you know, Nottingham, right? There's just so many settings. A pirate event. There's so many things they could be doing that would be awesome, and they just don't. Give me one moment, chat. I'm gonna run to the restroom here. Guys, get it. The background is like his lacking background art. Guys, it's artistic. All right, I'm back. So, chat, Fate Strange Fake may have fucked up the Aya clash a bit, but they did make it look really cool when Gil summoned Aya, so that was nice. And they did a good job with the Gate and Road to Babylon spam. That really showed how much, you know, Gil is holding back normally. And you know, even in Kidu when he's fighting in other bits. Pretty fucking crazy. But yeah, they did a good job with that. If only they had done the Aya stuff better. Alright, we got delayed debuff. Oh, right. This fight swaps your front and back row around. Which is kind of just a waste of your time, but alright. It's probably why they made it cost 5 AP, though. God, if they buff Enkidu again, they can't do that, dude. That'd be so stupid. He does kind of need an animation update now, though. Although they haven't shown off some of his crazier powers yet, so we'll see. What could Enkidu even gain at this point? Like an attack up and a crit buff, star bomb, stars per turn, heal per turn, debuff immunity, buff removal resistance, anti-Gilgamesh damage. Yeah, guts. Protection from arrows, oh my god. You know, I think I'd do the art up here just for the NP gain. Man, if this was ranked up, I bet you I would have gotten more crit right there. That sucks. 80%. Chat, can they please buff Medea this? What the fuck? But my star bomb. What a dick. Oh, I can just remove his invulnerability if I want. There's no need to remove it here, though. God, look how bad she looks, dude. And I don't mean like bad as in bad ass. I mean just bad. Like she's got a fucking bobblehead. Like Jesus Christ, dude. Like Chen Gong and Tristan just look so much better than she does. Oh my. All right, let's see. Yeah, just remove all the debuffs. Fantastic. Give me NP gain. I get the feeling this fight ends when you break one health bar. I have no idea what her overcharge is. I don't remember. I gotta look this up. I don't use her often. It's been a minute. Her overcharge is more curse damage. That is fucking pointless here. Although I think his overcharge is also pointless, so I don't think it really matters. Let's see. His is probably the debuff resist down. Which can be good, but it doesn't really matter here. Chat, this is so stupid. If you type in... Oh, we didn't get the buff block. That sucks. But if you type in Tristan on the wiki, the first thing that comes up is fucking Sith. That's so dumb, dude. Tristan's overcharge is indeed the debuff resist down. So I guess he just has a slight chance to stun you every single turn. Oh, hi. Crazy lady with weird head ornaments. It looks like she's from like Neon Genesis or some nonsense. You know, I hate to say this, but I really should watch Neon Genesis again because I haven't seen it in like 15 years. Maybe more. And I never liked it. I really didn't, but it's been so long, I should give it another chance because, you know, it's like such a like legendary high status anime and I'm always like, bleh. But I should give it another chance just to see. I doubt my opinion is going to change, but and apparently there's like they made more movies and stuff, which I don't know anything about. The only thing I know about them is like the creator is way happier with them and the fans aren't. I don't know why, but I know that's a thing. Or at least some of the fans are, and I don't know. I could just be, you know, idiots on Twitter. That happens a lot where people get the idea that the majority feels X when they actually don't. One of these days, though, the next thing I'm gonna watch though is the Gundam Season 2. And then obviously I'll be watching Fate Strange Fake as it airs because, I mean, clearly. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I know more about the drama about those movies than the movies. I don't know anything about them. I have no idea what the plot points are. I don't know anything. I have no idea. I just know they exist. And are these CGI? I think they're CGI. I might be talking out of my ass here, but I think they might be CGI or something. But I think the fans don't like them, so they don't want them to be sequels. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Even though they're sequels. I don't care. I just, that IP is whatever to me. Like I said, I'll give another chance someday, but. I mean, my assumption would be it's like the world got remade after the ending, right? And then different stuff happened, right? Which would obviously be a sequel. But then it has to be different because why would you make movies about the thing and make everything the same? Like, that seems kind of obvious to me. I mean, call me crazy here, but that's kind of like if they did this Gundam Seed movie coming up and then it was just Gundam Seed again. Like, what? Like, what the fuck? Oh, that's Destiny, by the way, but I'm joking, but like, what the fuck would the point of that be? Destiny really does rehash, though, so much from the original. And just, like, repackages it. Wait, Gurren Lagann had a movie? God, I'm out of touch, dude. Chapter 16. How have we not fought the bat yet? Like, bro. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours about. Like, what? I thought he was before Ereshkigal. I was very wrong. I like Ghost in the Shell. I haven't seen everything with... I don't really like the original movie, though, I have to say. And that's blasphemy to some people, but... And again, I haven't seen that in a long time, actually, so maybe I should give that a chance again. But I liked Standalone Complex, and I liked it a lot. And I have watched that again somewhat recently, and I think it held up incredibly well. Yeah, I thought Standalone Complex was just a lot better than the original movie. But yeah, it has been a while. The Gurren Lagann movies are abridged versions of the entire series. Oh, so it's kind of like the Gundam movies, where they're like just a quicker way to like absorb the series or something. Right, the Gurren Lagann movie is great. I know a lot of the times when they do like compilation movies, they might expand like a key fight scene or two that are like, you know, major moments. But overall, it's abridged. Like the overall stuff is abridged. Oh, Ghost in the Shell. Oh God, didn't they make a new Ghost in the Shell series that was like a couple of, like a series of movies? I think I watched like the first one and I was just so blech that I never watched the rest of it. That was disappointing. That was a while ago now though. Like I don't think they were CGI. I don't remember. It's not the live action, but like it was a good while after Standalone Complex. Maybe they were CGI. I don't think they were. I just remember they made the Major like a teenager, and you know it wasn't very good overall. I don't remember, but it was a while ago now. Maybe it was CGI. I don't think it was though. I just think it kind of lived and died really fast because it didn't do very well. Like, I'm pretty sure if you Google Ghost in the Shell, all you're really gonna get is the original movie, Standalone Complex, and maybe a little bit of the live action. I don't think you're gonna get any of the other stuff that they've done. But yeah, it's been so long. If it was CGI, I wouldn't remember. Not an IP that's been handled well, though. I'll put it that way. And as for Neon Genesis, God, what a name, dude. It's what Neon Genesis Evangelion. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway, the only thing I really remember about it is it was basically just a giant analogy for being a teenager. And even as a teenager, I thought that was stupid. And I was like, I don't really care about this. I don't remember a lot. I remember there was, like, I know, what's her name, chat? The lady fucking, I know I'm gonna remember the name the second someone says it, but I can't think of her name. But she's like the tsundere, right? She like started that whole apocalypse. Yeah, that's the one. Ahsoka? God, I don't remember that being her name at all. I remember the A, but oh, Asuka, I guess is how you say that. Anyway, I remember she's like the tsundere of tsunderes. Like her and then Rin got like just so popular. But yeah, Jesus Christ, that whole show was pretty much just like a analogy for being an idiot teenager. Okay, we're clearly getting to the bat stuff now. I might save this for the next stream. Like, this boss is a real fight. And, although this first, some of these first engagements aren't. I might want to save it so I'm fresh and it's like the, and the meat of the VOD is the gameplay. I never really, like, seek out or exclude mecha, and I find it weird that people do. I can understand when it's, like, maybe a subgenre of mecha or something, but it's, like, I don't really care if the fight with giant robots, or, I mean, I like giant robots, so I'm fine with that, but it's not like I need that, and I'm not gonna not watch it because of that. Like, what's the difference if they're using Dragon Ball Z powers or magic or, giant robots, right? Doesn't really matter to me. I'm more interested in, like, you know, how's the storytelling? How are the characters? What's the pacing like? What's the animation like, right? That's what I care about. I don't seek out giant robots, but I don't avoid them either. I guess I seek them out maybe a little bit just because I like them a lot, but I'm not gonna lie, a lot of mecha anime in the last 15 years has been pretty bad, and it's because the anime industry can't fucking draw anymore, and everything's really shitty CGI, and it looks awful, and yeah, I'm not really into that. So, but yeah, I know some people that really just don't like mecha, and I just don't really get it. It's like, that's not... Like, if you see a show and it has mecha in it, and you also just happen to not like the show, that makes sense to me, but I don't really get the point of, like, specifically disliking mecha. But, speaking of Code Geass, because you mentioned that, that is a good show, though. Okay, I think we're just fighting the Skelly Bros right now. I must say, though, like, Season 2 of Code Geass is really important to, like, the overall package. Like, with the ending and everything. And I like it. Like, the ending's great. But I like Season 1 more as just, like, watching it. It's just paced better. It's more... There's just some stupid shit in Season 2. Like, you know, they kind of, like, reset everything just to reset things just for, like, the audience sake. And then, you know, a lot of... There's, like, the first season had a lot of deaths. They didn't have a lot of death cop-outs, so the second season is just full of death cop-outs. Like, oh, you thought they died, but they didn't. They do that, like, way too much in the second season. It's because it got popular, and Sunrise wanted model sales, and you can tell Sunrise got, like, more involved with, like, dictating what needed to happen and stuff. And it's just not as good. It still is good, and there's still really good character moments, and the ending's great, and, you know, the animation is really unique and interesting and all that. But I do prefer Season 1, I have to say, of Code Geass. But I like the whole package. The whole thing's good. I don't know what to summon here. You know what? Let's go. 6, 6, 10. Okay, maybe not. Where is my AoE at, man? Any cuckoos? I could always summon my cuckoo, I suppose. I'm kind of too lazy to do that, though. I don't really know. You know what? Let's try that out. Although Black Grail is completely useless here. There's just no supports here that make any fucking sense for this fight. And welcome to the support list in this game. They're either OP, and that's why everyone just summons these stuff. They just summon fucking Waver, Castoria, Merlin, that kind of thing all the time. Because they're super broken, they're always slotted, and it doesn't matter what kind of content you're in. Never watched the Code Geass movie, never will. At least they had the decency of saying that it's not in, like, the same universe, because I think they knew they couldn't really do a sequel to the ending. So, yeah, I'm just gonna ignore that. May have to slot something myself, just because... Oh, you know what? Tesla, that'll do. There's some really cool mecha designs in Code Geass, honestly. Consistency-wise, I don't know where I'd rate it. They do have a lot of designs that are pretty, like, whack. But there was some pretty good stuff. Like, all the mechs... What was it? Toto, I think is his name. All of his mechs are awesome, like the black ones. A lot of the Knights of the Round Tables had good ones. Like, Gwaine looks amazing. I like the original Gurren Mach 2. That the original looked good, and maybe the first upgrade of it's fine. But as that, like, upgrade line gets going, it just gets really weird and, like, anorexic and just over the top, and I don't really like it. But, like, the very first Gurren Mach 2 looked super great. Alright, what are we doing here? I mean, loads of Gundam shows kill off a lot of characters. That's not a unique thing. Like, that's not unique at all. Like, a Gundam show killing people? No way. Especially the older ones, my god. I don't know how much HP they're gonna have. That might work out. Oh, you have to bring Mash, but she doesn't have to be in the front row. How silly, game. Whatever. Nasu's quite the mecha fan, though. The amount of mecha references throughout this game are pretty wild. I always say, you know, if you've gotten burned out of FGO or you hate the business practices and stuff, you don't have to play it actively. Just dip into it, right? You know, play it when there's new main story. You know, play the new main story. If you see an event like, oh, hey, this event looks better than typical, then play that. But, like, don't let FOMO make you miss out on the entire game. That just makes no sense. Like, my NA account, which I almost never log into, it could literally do Lostbelt 6 and 7 right now. Right? And I haven't touched it in, like, years. I haven't done farming in years, but it's strong enough to get shit done. So if you got an established account, you know, just dip in when you feel like it. It's like, hey, this story looks good, so then just do it. And then don't play it for a week or a month or whatever. Don't worry about it. All right. Do I want a battery right off the bat here? Yeah, fuck it. It's a waste of a lot of battery there, like 120 and 110. But big numbers. So he counters that one, she counters that one. That means this Lancer one's gonna be the biggest problem. He's probably gonna hit harder. All right. Damn it, Tesla's NP is gonna be in fast mode. It's one of my absolute favorites. I love it. That damage was pretty weak. All right, Tesla, what you got for us? I'm pretty sure you're gonna beat Lion King even though she's NP5 and you're NP3. Both level 100. Double stun. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did better there. I didn't look at her actual number though. She was also advantaged because the one with the fence down, she was neutral, where Tesla was being counterclassed. God, I love Tesla. He might have my favorite extra attack in the game, but I'm not sure because Jesus Christ, Karna's extra attack is awesome. A very hard call. Alright, chat, what's your favorite extra attack? There's a lot of options, but what comes to mind? Super Romulus, that's not a bad one. Do this, get some health back. Alright, that is 62,000. We are gonna be here for a second. If only I had put Bedivere in the back row. Oh, Lancelot, I respect that. Avenger Nobu, that's a pretty cool one. I actually don't even remember Hokusai's, to be honest. Oh, Gwaine, I do like Gwaine's. It's a little over the top though with the like moving the sword around, but it's still good. Jason, good pick, good pick. Oh, Lee, boy, that's a unique one. Let's see, he gets his skills back next turn, but he's the least effective unit here. I think Tristan is the next unit though, and he's not gonna do anything either. No idea? Yeah, there's a lot. You know, I'm not a big Ogla fan, but her extra is cool. Who doesn't like black holes? 36,000. Normally that would be easy, but Lancer Artoria, I don't know, man. She's got a Brave Chain. Let's go. Got extra Buster attack for our Buster up. Oh, 47k. All right. Nobody died. That Tristan was so useless there, though. I do like Percival's attack animations in general. His NP, extra, all that stuff's good. Okay, that's probably the preview fight and then the real one. I think I will save this for next stream. I know that's kind of a killjoy, but I am kind of burnt on, like, I'm kind of pooped, right? So I think it'd be hard for me to put on a good show right now anyway, and then I kind of want that stream to kind of just start with the good boss fight. That seems like a good idea. Tristan's got some cool attacks, absolutely. In general, Lancelot has some of my favorite animations overall. For extra attack specifically, though, I do think it is Tesla and Karna for me. There's a few other good ones out there I'm probably forgetting. Agravain, yeah, I wish. All right, boys, thank you so much for hanging out. We will... next stream, it'll be mostly actual boss fights, so we're very close to the end. So we got Tez, whatever, and Daybit bullshit, and then Ort goodness. And thank you, Stinky, for the 34 months there at the last second. I appreciate that. Really do appreciate the support, guys. Anyway, I am out of here for now. We will raid Cairo, and I will see you guys tomorrow most likely, although I finally get all my command codes back, or command spells back tomorrow, so I can try to work on that video that I've been wanting to make. Although I might need one more command spell. I might need 2 each. We'll see. Anyway, but I'll have to work on that video at some point, but that won't take too long, I don't think, unless I get crazy with it. But anyway, I'm out of here, boys, and I will see you guys soon. Take care.